Well, welcome everyone to the bigger picture here. This is a spontaneous live show. I didn't anticipate to go live, but I was going to do housework. Usually that's what I do on a Sunday, and I'll have to postpone that. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm sure a lot of people will jump in as the show progresses. This kind of is spawned or is spurned because of some debates that are going on the internet, and I have to explain things to people. And hopefully, a lot of these people that are in these discussions are here and taking part, or if they can't, they can listen to this later at their leisure, sort of thing, because it's going to be extremely important. I'm going to do my best to cover as many bases as I can within a 2-hour type of time frame. I'll start off by introducing myself. I am Jeff C. I'm the creator of Free Radio Revolution, New World Agenda, Fake News Report, Supreme Lord Commander, and of course, Jeff Censored. I am the most censored channel in YouTube history, and if you're confused about that, I have hundreds of videos that were terminated by YouTube, and a gazillion channels to go with it. So all my work has been erased for the most part, except what's up on Jeff Censored. And it's because of what I'm showing the world. And I care so much about humanity, and I want to help people. That's all. I just want to help people because they're killing you, they're destroying you, they're weakening you, um, and it's everywhere. It's all around you, and it's a really hard thing to wake up to. So you have my sympathies if this is going to hurt you, because it will. It's not cool what's going on, but you need to understand that everything is controlled. There is a new world order. It's already here. We're already living in it. It's just going to get more and more obvious as things go along, how much they control every element of our society, because that's their objective, is to control everything. Everything, from food to water to education to fertility to, I mean, to just every element of society. It all kind of falls under the umbrella of Agenda 2030, Agenda 21, and the long known plans of this new world order, which is complete, total global domination by a centralized government controlled by largely the most powerful corporations in the world, namely the banks. And it is really painful to learn this stuff, because what you're going to learn is that your culture, what you call culture, is evil. It's not good, it's evil. And it's not here to make you better, it's here to make you worse, a lot worse. And they don't want you to know this. They just want you to accept your sadness, your depression, which they create. Like, they create the world. They poison you with all the foods and all the beverages, and especially with their toxic media. They're keeping everyone dumbed down. They want us as stupid as possible. They want us all addicted to drugs, alcohol, everything. They want to normalize obesity. They want to normalize depression. They want to normalize homosexuality, lesbianism, bisexuality, tri-bi, quai-bi, every possible sort of degenerate sort of sexuality that people could identify as. They want to destroy your reproductive abilities, and they're doing it. And it's happening, and it's happening, and they are succeeding, and it's getting worse by the day, and their control grows stronger by the day. And you go to people like, if you're just somewhat starting to wake up, you might end up with Alex Jones. You might end up with the guy I covered, the creature I covered the other day, Dick's Rectum Jammer 666, Sargon of Mossad. You might end up in some of these circles, Stefan Molyneux. You might just end up in these places, and that's where they want to keep you. They hold you there, hold you there. Don't let you go any further. Jordan bullshit Peterson. These are terrible, terrible people. They're deceivers. They're liars. They are not at all showing you what's going on. I am, and others are. And that's why I'm the most censored channel, because they don't want you to know what I'm showing you. So if you hear nasty things about me, or if you see people coming into the chat trying to say nasty things about me, those are just agents that are there to put turds in the punch bowl and discredit what I'm trying to show you. I have always, ever since I've done this, always been about the bigger picture. I don't waste time with, Dick's Rectum Jammer 666, or, lift the toilet seat, or just obvious terrible shills that are placed in this movement to make us all look silly and make us all look, uncredible and stuff like that. I don't waste time with operations like the Flat Earth and stuff like that. Just clear psyops that are here to denigrate the validity of what we're trying to show you. So it's very difficult to do this work. It is extremely difficult. So you have to navigate these waters, and then you have to navigate the incessant censorship, which never ends. It's always, and anybody that's followed me long enough knows, I don't have to tell folks, but I have to tell folks that are new, that they don't want you to know what I'm trying to tell you. So don't be fooled by the numbers game. Don't be fooled by their toxic media don't play into their hands because they control you. And when I say they, well, I could give you an idea. Maybe I'll start off with that because just in case people don't know who they are, it's difficult to know because people will say the Jews and stuff like that, and that's not really what it's about. Although there is a high percentage of Ashkenazis involved, but there's also Freemasons and there's all kinds of other groups that are involved. Obviously, the royal families, you know, I mean, the corporations, massive corporations. It is a one world objective, and they're going to change the world forever. They already are changing the world forever. They intend to change humanity, and they want to take complete control of reproduction. That's what the rainbow unicorn is. Everywhere you see the rainbow and the unicorn, you are seeing attack on human fertility. That's what it is. There's only one regular sexual orientation. That's it. There's heterosexuality. There's nothing. Everything else is abnormal. All right. There's only the purpose of sex is reproduction. That's it. All right. Now, it doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. Doesn't mean you can't do it with the same sex. I'm not against people, engaging in homosexuality, but there's no way that it's normal, and there's no way that it should be normalized. It's normalized because it's part of a depopulation agenda. And it's not just depopulation that is achieved by normalizing homosexuality. It's also depression and suicide and all these things, because these toxic types of life, these toxic lifestyles are very bad for people. And a great example would be transgenderism. The transgenders have the highest rate of suicide ever recorded in the history of humanity. The highest rate by a country mile. Nothing's even close. And 80% plus, it's about 85% of people that would identify or might transition would be fine once they get older. So when the kids start, maybe to want to be a girl or a boy, be the opposite sex, most of these kids they're completely confused. They have no parenting. They're annihilating parenting. They're annihilating families. They're annihilating the concept of motherhood and fatherhood. And they are attacking the union between men and women, of course, and they're toppling the patriarchy, and they're showing it in all their media and all their films and television shows. And this has been going on for decades. It's nothing new. So don't be fooled into thinking this just started up last week or something. They need to stop what they want us to like their major objective is to depopulate the planet. That's the biggest thing that they're trying to accomplish. That, in my opinion. I mean, you could throw all kinds of other objectives in there. Obviously, they want to, they want to bring in their satanic sort of new world order as well. We won't get into that too much with this discussion, but we will, bring some hard truths to people. And it's going to hurt if you're new. It's going to hurt you because it's true. It's undeniable. And once you open your eyes to it, you'll see it everywhere. That's all you got to do. Just once you understand what the symbols mean and what they control, then you'll see it and you'll understand. Now, people are trying to get me to partake in a 9/11 discussion, like the world needs another 9/11 debate about whether the towers were controlled demolition or whether they were, they actually collapsed because of the jet fuel or whatever. It's a waste of time. I'll come on to discuss this, what I'm talking about today, because it's way more important. We could be in the quagmire of 9/11 for the rest of time. It's meant to be an endless quagmire. That's what it's designed to be. But make no mistake, 9/11 is 110% the New World Order. It's all part of their symbolism, and it achieves so many objectives. We're still living in the shadow of it. And it's very likely that all signs seem to point to the next 9/11 happening next year in 2019. And I'm not a doomsday sayer, but it seems like that's going to be a big year. And we see all their symbolism manifesting recently, mostly with the Phoenix, which, of course, The Economist, which is owned by the Rothschilds. In fact, I should show this just so people understand what I'm getting at, because there's a lot of confusion with people on Twitter and stuff like that. Like, people get very emotional about this stuff. I understand. It's a very horrible paradigm to wake up to, but make no mistake, you are definitely wrong if you don't believe that the New World Order is happening. It's gonna be hard for you. You're gonna wake up. It might put you into a serious depression. Um, and I sympathize with that. But would you rather just live the rest of your life, being depressed, but you know, somehow just eating your way and drinking your way and video gaming your way through your existence and just being a miserable person who gets nowhere near their potential? Or would you rather wake up now and understand what's being used to destroy you and work against it and try to take control of your own destiny? So you have to ask that question once you step forward here, because there's no doubt what I'm showing you. It's undeniable. It's all over. And nobody would ever beat me in a debate because it's impossible. It's impossible. You're fools if you think that this isn't happening, because it's everywhere. They're not hiding it at all. They're rubbing it in your face, and it's an ugly reality to wake up to. It really is. And I'm sorry. But we all kind of have to go through it, and hopefully you make it out and you'll be okay, and then you'll be strong, and then it's not necessarily a depressing thing in the long run, because it gives you an opportunity to escape what they're doing to humanity, and take control of your own destiny. So think of it like that. So I am going to show folks, what was I going to start with here? Mm. Well, I did mention the Phoenix, so maybe I should just start with a little bit about the Phoenix, and why it's rising up right now and what it means for the New World Order. What this symbolism, because you're going to see the Phoenix everywhere. Just look around, it's popping up everywhere, in the movies and the music videos and the shows. It's everywhere, and the Phoenix is a huge part of their New World Order, because it represents the destruction of the old world, and out of the old world, the ashes of the old world, comes the New World Order. It's on your dollar bill. If you don't believe me, go and look on your dollar bill. It says Novus Ordo Seclorum, which translates to New World Order, and this is what they've planned out. I mean, you can go back to Albert Pike, you can go back to the Bavarian Illuminati, but Albert Pike's a great place to start as well, and you can see how long they've been planning this. And so basically all your wars and all your major media events are all coordinated. A lot of them are choreographed, a lot of them are script. If it's not that real major things don't happen, like ships do sink, planes crash, there are real things that happen, but most of what is really big, like 9/11, is choreographed. Doesn't mean it's fake. It means that it's been orchestrated by the powers that be, and that's the same with most of the wars. And it's a terrible reality to wake up to. It really is. It sucks. I'm sorry, but then you can have the opportunity to opt out. And what I try to tell folks is, the world that you exist in, if you're on YouTube and you're in the political spectrum, this political sort of area, you're in just New World Order. That's what you are. So all these characters that they've placed, if there's so many. I mentioned Dick's Rectum Jammer 666 is an example, but there's so many of them that have been placed. Roman Shalenial is another great example. Philip the Fucktard. These are terrible people. Stefan Molyneux, Alex Jones, Mark Schuldice, Paula Josephine Twatson. These are terrible people. They're evil people. They're liars. They're manipulators, and they're part of this New World Order, and they're here to hold you back from the truth about what's going on. They've all made the deal, and that's why they're there. That's why you see them. That's why they get money, they get followers, they get compensated for doing the shill act that they do. So you have to wake up to this reality and understand that, if you're expending energy in this, like for instance, the Kavanaugh whole scandal story, you're engaging all your energy in their manipulations. You're wasting all your time and energy on stuff that they script. And so it doesn't matter. And if you don't understand what's going on with, like, for instance, I can give an example, like the homosexuality and gay rights. It's all part of their script. There's it's nothing to do with, oh, a certain segment of the population is horribly treated. No, no, no. They want you to adopt these lifestyles. They want to normalize what is extremely abnormal. And they want you to engage in these toxic lifestyles because it destroys you. It, you know, that's all. They want you to turn away from being reproductive and productive as a human being, period. So it's extremely evil once you understand what the rainbow means. That's why you'll see the rainbow everywhere. So I actually I'm going to start sharing my screen here to give this sort of overview on things. So I'm going to switch here. I'm going to bring this up and we're going to take a look. I'm going to start, maybe we'll just start down rainbow. Do you see the rainbow right away? You see it? It's there, right? The rainbow represents the New World Order. The unicorn represents the New World Order. The phoenix represents the New World Order. The owl, there's so many symbols. So you can follow the rainbow and you'll see where it leads. So, I was going to start with phoenix, say the phoenix at the Olympics. The closing ceremony of the 2012 Olympics, of course, had the phoenix. Right? And they show it's all in plain sight. Like if you just see it, you'll understand what they're doing, what they're bringing in, and they show it to you all the time. It's always the biggest events that they bring it out. So all your Super Bowls, your World Cups, your Olympics that's their New World Order, and they're using it to show the world what's coming. So when you think of the phoenix, for instance, the closing ceremony here, right? And they are showing you the collapse of the old world order and the rising of the phoenix, and that's why it rose at the end of the Olympics out of the flames, right? And this represents the new world order. That's what it does. And so they're all showing you glimpse of what is to come. And so we talk about the phoenix, we can also talk about the economist, right? So the economist, of course, showed us that this was coming, right? The phoenix, and it was a world currency reset, and it says, of course, that it's 2018 that the phoenix would rise. All right, they might be a year behind, but it seems pretty close. Like, so what's going to happen with the currency is that they're going to crash. I mean, the bubble's going to burst, and there's going to be a complete reset. It's going to make 2008 look like it was a bump on the road, basically a minor bump. It's going to be a total reset, and there will be a digital currency that will be a global currency, and it will be called the phoenix, folks. They're telling us now. The Economist is run by the Rothschilds, and the Rothschilds are one of the biggest parts of this new world order. So if we just do a little search here and we go Phoenix and we go, say, Rothschild, right? And this is just a little introduction, right? The son here of one of the Rothschild heirs here is called Phoenix. I mean, his name is Phoenix, right? And he's showing off pictures of his I mean, these people they're wealthy beyond imagination. This is his boat here, right? And here, of course, you see the phoenix symbolism, which is the Rothschild shield, the red shield, right? This is the red shield of the Rothschilds. So the Rothschilds are basically the most powerful banksters in the world, and they control all the banks. Basically, they're at the epitome at the top. They hide in the shadows, of course, but their symbolism is everywhere. So they are the ones that are one of the biggest major players in this new world order, and this is why you're going to see phoenix symbolism everywhere. You're going to see it everywhere, and you already are. So you've seen it in all the movies, the television shows. It's all happening. It's all coming, right? So what do we got? right? You could talk about the shekel and the shekel having the phoenix on. Now, I'm not here to get into the whole. I'm not going to get heavy into the Ashkenazi whole element of it. I'll touch on it, but I want to touch about the agendas and what they're trying to do. So I want to talk about how they're mind controlling people and how they are programming people into depression and suicide and obesity and homosexuality and everything. And these are all things that destroy you as a person. So they're not good things. They're bad things. I mean, it's like, don't get me wrong, homosexuality, I accept it. And I would never judge somebody for being a homosexuality. You have freedom to do what you do. But there's no need for gay rights because people have rights already. All right. We all have rights. We have constitutions that protect us as individuals. There should be no homosexual marriage because there's no purpose to it whatsoever. The whole purpose of marriage is family, right? To have a man and a wife and children to raise families. So there's no way that this should be what's happening. So an interesting thing too to talk about is the United Nations. I wonder if this will come up. United Nations. I think it's the 70th anniversary, which I talked about when it happened. And they had the 70th anniversary, and they celebrated it in San Francisco, and on the steps of the United Nations building in San Francisco, they had dozens of same-sex couples get married, sort of thing. Did you see with their celebrations of this 70th anniversary? Of course, you see the pyramid, which is their symbol, right, for their power structure, sort of thing, and their new world order. So this is all coming. And to understand who this is, so we should talk about who we're specifically referencing here so that people understand what's involved. The Bilderberg obviously is a good place to start, the Bilderberg Group. So here is a really comprehensive sort of breakdown of all the people that are involved in the Bilderberg Group, which is one of the apparatuses of the New World Order. It represents mostly the corporate, academic, governmental sort of elements that are controlled by this New World Order. And so they meet every year in secret. I'm sure it's not so much of a secret it's been out of the bag for a long time. But what you see is here all the corporations that are involved in this. And so they are all like the people. It's not necessarily people that work for these corporations, but the people that the head of these corporations are all involved in bringing in this New World Order. And that's why all the same symbolism exists throughout. So like when you see, for instance, when you see banks, and we just put banks into a search here, and then we can put rainbow. Right? And if we go to images here, okay, so banks, we'll just put, how about this? Banks, pride. Okay, so a good example here is the pride agenda, which the banks, the pharmaceutical corporations are some of the major sponsors of this. This is an attack on human fertility, okay? You have to understand that they try to program you into these degenerate lifestyles because then you're no threat to them and you are stopping your reproduction, sort of thing. All right? They are... So as you see here, this is Toronto Dominion Bank, and these are mentally ill people. They're extremely mentally ill people. Unfortunately, I don't hate these people, but the banks are at the forefront of programming people into this type of degeneracy. And it is absolute degeneracy. It is. It's not that it shouldn't be accepted. Of course it should be. But it's not at all normal because sex is just sexual reproduction. The birds and the bees, the flowers and the trees. It's not about all this shit. This is what deviant or abnormal sexuality is about. So they want to program people into depopulating themselves and taking people out of the gene pool and stopping the concept of family. So a lot of what we get with the Me Too saga sort of thing is need to times up, all that is an attack on the patriarchy so that you can empower women, but you're not really empowering women. You're actually weakening women because you are programming women into male sort of lifestyles, which are destructive, of course, because instead of being mothers, women are being programmed into being men, essentially, and men are being programmed into being women. Very important for you to understand this. So when I talk about that, I always like to give an example of butt feed. You might know it as BuzzFeed. I call it butt feed. Men try women. You just women's, right? And you just put that in. You'll get the idea of how it's done. They're reversing the roles. They're programming everyone into this mentality, and they're trying to make it something that people imitate. Monkey see, monkey do kind of thing. And they do the same thing with the women. It's an attack on fertility. It's an attack on humanity. It's very evil what's going on. It's extremely evil. And this is, of course, what YouTube is. YouTube is awful. It's evil. It's New World Order to the core. And it's worse than it's ever been. Since Susan Wojcicki has taken over, it's worse than it's ever been. And it's important to understand who Susan Wojcicki and co. are and what they're trying to do. And so, getting back here to the Bilderbergs, is you see the rainbow symbolism, right? You'll see it everywhere, and then you'll start to understand what it is they're trying to accomplish. The apple is another great symbol as well. You should avoid all their foods and all their products and all their chemicals. You should avoid it all because it's all part of their agendas. Disney, of course, being a major player in this. And with the Bilderberg Group, you have all kinds of, governments involved. The White House, Deputy Chief of Staff, Congressional Staff, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State on European Affairs, Mayor of San Francisco, Education Welfare, U.S. State Department Management and Budget, Al Franken for Senate, Biden for presidency, Canadian minister, Canadian official, chancellor, this is a big secret because they are plotting our future. What they're doing is this, they're doing something called Agenda 2030. And they're not hiding it. You can find all this information. If you think I'm full of shit, well, then you can see what they say they're doing. They're not hiding what they're doing. They're telling you they're transforming our world. Right? They're transforming our world. They're changing everything. These are the organizations that are all involved in doing this. They're all part of it. And this is undeniable. This is happening. And they don't hide it from you. You can go and you can search up Agenda 2030 and you can find this, Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Now they sell it to you that they want to save the polar bears and the whales and make sure nobody's starving and all that. But it's all about taking control of all human activity. It's a globalized government being formed in which they control all elements of society. And they control food production, food distribution, education, fertility. It's all there too. When you see, and Agenda 2030 is just basically a reimagined Agenda 21. So Agenda 21 was supposed to be accomplished, I think, by 2050, but they feel like they're so far ahead in their thing, so they bumped it up 20 years. No joke. So they, as you see, people, and they tell you things like we're determined to end poverty and hunger. Well, what does that mean then? Of course, so it means taking control of economies, implementing socialism and communism, taking control of all food production and distribution. They're going to eliminate private property. That is 100%. In fact, the most central tenet of Agenda 21 was to take control of private property. And I'll give you a perfect example of it because I can put in Agenda 21 and we can search here and we can just look for the images of Agenda 21 and you'll find this one, which is a great example of how they're going to take control of all private property. So I don't know if I can make this bigger. I tried to open it up. So basically, what you have here, whoop, go back here. Sorry about that. What you have here is a map of United States in which this is what they've plotted this out for a long time. Like they're going to eliminate people from all the zones that you see here. So all the red and yellow on the map, no humanity is going to be allowed to access at all. The almost imperceptible green areas are going to be where they're going to push everyone into. So major city centers. That's why the cities are getting much bigger. All the cities are becoming super cities, and all the cities are investing massively in immigration and in public transit, of course, because they're going to eliminate, except for the elites, the automobiles and stuff like that. And they're going to eliminate private property. They're going to eliminate all this shit. It's 100% happening, and we're all moving in this direction. So what we're going to have is a centralized world government that's going to do this type of thing with every country in the world. Every country in the world has a similar map of how they break it down. Here's just California. Now remember, the red and the yellow are areas that will be forbidden for humanity. The green is where they're going to push everyone. And that's going to be the only places that you're going to be allowed in. And every state, every country has these maps. It's all under the guise of trying to protect the planet from degradation, right? Including through sustainable consumption and production, sustainably managed its natural resources, and taking urgent action on climate change. Now, climate change is real. The climate's always changed, but anthropogenic global warming has never been proven and is likely just part of their machinations. It's to program you into being what? What are they programming you to being? Global citizens. This is how they do it. Global citizens stood up for gender equality and education. World leaders took action. So this is part of Agenda 2030. This is, and you see the same types of programming, girls and women, right? Finance and innovation, environment, health, food and hunger, citizenship, education, water, and sanitation. Taking control of all elements of humanity and programming people into being global citizens. And they have these festivals. Now, these people are Satanists. You have to understand this. So their festivals feature all the most powerful people and all the who's who of A-list celebrities and musicians. Many of them from a certain tribe, but we won't get too deep into that at this point in time. But global citizen is just one of the tentacles, I guess you could say, of the New World Order. And programming people into global citizens means destroying national governments. And that's why open borders and everything is. All your movies are showing this. All the movies have very similar plot themes where they're depicting migrants as being victims, and you know that we should be accepting these people. They're programming us into this because they're depopulating, they're destroying our fertility, they're making us infertile. So there are movies like Children of Men, which is all about that. It's a great example. It's happening right now. What they're showing here. This is the where we're in a future world, and it's interesting that it's you depict a future world where, you know, Great Britain, in London, it's migrants, Muslims and stuff like that that are fighting all over the streets, and it's just a complete war zone, and society's completely broken down. It's a militarized police state. Your movies are evil. The people in them are evil. The people that make them are evil. You have to understand this. They're not your friends. They don't like you. They're conditioning you into what's coming. They are showing you what's going on, and we're going to show you this right away. I won't wait on this particular thing. I got a million tabs open here, so I'm going to have to close a few here. Get that out of the way. Get that out of the way. Get that out of the way. All right. So where can we start here? Bilderberg Group? No. Hang on. Depopulation. Okay, so the depopulation agenda is one of their objectives. Now you can go to see where they've coded this out, like the Georgia Guidestones, where they call for half a billion people as a maximum, it's 500 million. So they want to take complete control of reproduction. They don't want people to have families anymore, only themselves, the elites. They want to eliminate most people from the gene pool. They're eugenicists. You have to understand this. So DNA collection, do not ever submit to DNA collection, no matter what. No matter what. If a police pulls you over, tries to get you a DNA swab, don't agree with it. Don't ever spit in a tube. Don't ever accept a kit of 23andMe. 23andMe, of course, is directly tied to the Wojcicki sisters. So if we look up 23andMe, and if you want to get some really good information on this, I would suggest to watch Really Graceful on YouTube. She's one of the best, and she's done tremendous work on exposing the DNA agenda. So you probably noticed right away the rainbow symbolism. So the rainbow is an attack on fertility. It's taking control of all human fertility. And that's why you see it manifest in all the pride parades, because that's what ultimately it represents. And you'll see the rainbow symbolism in almost all your movies, and especially in kids shows and stuff like that. Kids are the ones that are being targeted. So we talk about YouTubers who have, there's a lot of terrible people on YouTube, like Philip DeFranco and people like that have made the deal. They don't probably understand exactly what is going on, but they never bother to think about it either, or they are at least somewhat complicit in what's going on. Because if you are trying to program your listeners or tell your listeners to go and submit your DNA, well, you're committing an act of evil. You got to understand what can be done with this. So when we look up, say, Wojcicki, right? It's very important to understand who the Wojcicki sisters are. So what comes up first? Well, it's Anne Wojcicki, right? 2023andMe product nears as CEO Anne Wojcicki lands 150 million funding. Unicorn validation. Remember what I said about the rainbow unicorn? Look for the symbolism everywhere. Give you an example how it's everywhere. So we'll just open a new thing here and we'll put in Superwoman. This is just, I could be here for weeks on end. I could do this if I didn't have to sleep and eat. I could show you this. Like, I could just go down one rabbit hole and be lost, or take you down that rabbit hole for a good long time, because there's no end to it. So this piece of shit here, Lily Singh, who portrays herself as a lesbian, is part of this New World Order. And she, of course, is sponsored by 23andMe. So if we see a little bit here.
I'm not really sure if y'all wanted this collab to happen.
It's a winter. That's
is fun.
All right, I'll just open this one. So I want you to pay attention to the symbolism, right?
Employment is fun.
All right, the rainbow unicorn symbolism. So you're gonna see it everywhere. Once your eyes are open to it, you're gonna understand what's going on. The rainbow unicorn. So let's try something. Let's click on
employment is.
Let's click on her, and then let's see DNA. Right?
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman, and shout out to 23andMe for making this video possible.
All right, so all the big YouTube celebrities are endorsing 23andMe to get everyone to get their DNA tested. So it's important at this point to point out to the folks that don't understand this. Ann Wojcicki runs 23andMe. Susan Wojcicki runs YouTube. If you listen to my show, she's been the CEO of YouTube since February 2014. If you listen to my show, I often reference Susan because I think Susan is extremely evil and a terrible person. I think the Wojcicki sisters are monsters. I know they're monsters. And this is what they're doing. They're collecting everyone's DNA. Now, you might think, well, what's the big deal about them collecting your DNA? Well, they're going to know everything about you at a bare minimum. And just on the surface, if you don't get into the conspiracy theory elements, it has huge repercussions when it comes to healthcare and insurance and all that shit. But if you want to talk about eugenics, which is what you should be focused on when you're talking about the Wojcickis, Google, and 23andMe, it's more about tailoring bioweapons to target potentially certain strands of DNA because these people are eugenicists. Their ultimate objective is depopulation. And you need to understand this so you can understand what is going on. And so Susan Wojcicki, to understand, of course, she is Ashkenazi, right? So the Ashkenazis play a huge role in, and it's not all Ashkenazis, it's not all Jews, of course. The Ashkenazi Jews pretty much run the United States. The Zionist, if you will, say the Zionist run United States. Now, people will make the mistake of thinking it's just the Zionists that run the New World Order, but it's not. It's a bigger conglomeration of Ashkenazis with, of course, Freemasons and many other elites, royal bloodlines and stuff like that are at the top of the pyramid, sort of thing. They run the world. Nobody's ever taken them out, and they can trace their ancestry way back. They're almost all related as well. So you have to understand what's going on. Because Susan Wojcicki, of course, is using YouTube to get all the children using stars, very influential stars like Lily Singh, to get everyone to submit their DNA. So much like you've seen with the depression agenda and normalizing, and you see the rainbow, you see how it works, you see the rainbow, the homosexuality programming, the rainbow. Now, people are actually paying big money to get these tests done, which is just mind-boggling. But people are dumb for the most part. People are very ignorant about what's going on. Meet your genes. Now, understanding that overpopulation is their biggest target, or depopulation is their biggest target, you have to understand this to understand why they're doing all this stuff. The fact that you have the CEO of 23andMe, which is the largest DNA collector in the world, and it's Ann Wojcicki, and her sister Susan is running YouTube, is the CEO of Google. That's pretty crazy, and well, it's pretty evil, isn't it? So understanding the rainbow symbolism and what it really means, what it stands for. When you see the rainbow, think fertility, think human reproduction. That's what they want to control. And they want to depopulate the planet. So there's many different ways that they're doing it right now. So don't give your DNA, whatever you do. Let's just take a look here. So I got Susan out of the way. I got Ann Wojcicki out of the way, just to understand 23andMe. So when we think about YouTubers that push 23andMe, I'll just put 23andMe into the search thing, and you see all these YouTubers that will push this type of stuff, right? DNA kits, of course, Superwoman, So let's just open. And what you'll find too as well.
Are you using audio? Today, we are taking a 23andMe ancestry
And normalizing obesity is something I'll get into in a little bit later.
test.
23andMe breaks down your background and like what percentage of you are from what regions of the world.
Is this going to be a geography test?
No, not a test.
But kind of a test.
I have heard of 23andMe because different people in past BuzzFeed videos have done it, including
See, different people in past BuzzFeed videos have done it. So all these YouTubers are being paid by 23andMe, and they're being promoted by 23andMe. So they're getting, and Susan Wojcicki is making sure that their videos are getting millions of views, so that children and young people and anyone that's susceptible is partaking in what they're doing, which is extremely illegal and extremely evil to collect everyone's DNA. And when you go to give in your DNA, they do make you sign a disclaimer sort of thing that tells you that they're not guaranteed with what they could do with your DNA. In fact, they have made it explicitly clear that if governments or other organizations demanded your DNA, that they may very well comply, and they already have in many cases. So the DNA collection or collecting DNA is something that's been sold to you. So you have to understand how programming works. So we could put in a show called, what's that show called? Let me think here for a second. See, I don't watch television, so CSI, and I'll just put DNA. Okay. So CSI is a show that programs people into, how awesome it is to be a forensic investigator, and isn't exciting, and we can track people's DNA. And then they even sell DNA laboratory kits to kids and stuff like that. So this is just a small example of how people are programmed into the mentality and giving up their DNA, and how DNA has so much in it. So they use television to program people. And it's interesting, you'll see that rainbow symbolism everywhere. So that's just one example of how mind control works. We're going to see many, many more as we move along here. And it's going to be very difficult for me to put this all together, because typically when I would do a podcast, I would try to just tackle one thing at a time, and then it's easy to spend a lot of time. So I just wanted to get some of the basics down about DNA collection, and how they're going about doing it. Now, if we check here and we just put DNA, and we put, for instance, a National Geographic. The National Geographic, of course, is New World Order, 110% New World Order. It's very evil. So National Geographic is taking part in this, promoting 23andMe, MyHeritage DNA, Ancestry.com, Living DNA, right? And they're giving ratings on all the different DNA collectors. Okay. So a little side note about the dangers of DNA. So we could put DNA, and we could put marijuana, Canada. And as Canada is legalizing marijuana on the 17th of October, so very, very soon, and people, of course, are being sold that this is wonderful and liberating. It's not at all. It's the opposite. It's actually just pretty evil. So what they're going to do is they're going to use DNA test. I'll put that in marijuana for drivers in Canada. So they're going to try to force people to take DNA test. I showed this like years back. See, roadside tests for cannabis will bring about litigation. So it's just another example of how they're trying to collect everyone's DNA, and they're trying to force you. So they give you marijuana, which stays in your system for up to 45 days. It could be even longer. And there's a zero tolerance. So I'll give you an example. If you're Canadian, Quebec, zero tolerance Marijuana. Right. When will you be charged for driving after smoking pot? So Quebec have both said they have a plan to take a zero tolerance approach. I've shown this going way back that Quebec is, yeah, here it is. Here's the article that I showed. Quebec unveils zero tolerance marijuana plan, no homegrown cannabis. So Quebec will have zero tolerance for driving. And this is very dangerous because a lot of people will smoke pot, but then they won't be high when they're driving. But the marijuana stays in your system for the THC stays in your system for weeks, if not months. So, so zero tolerance while driving high and grow your own. Okay, but under the draft legislation, the province's Liberal government would authorize police to test saliva samples. So authorizing the police to take DNA tests from drivers and allow police to immediately suspend the license of anyone driving with a trace of cannabis or illicit drugs for 90 days. So it's just one of the dark sides of what they're up to. It's just more and more government, more and more New World Order taking over every element of our society. So understand the dark sides of what they're trying to accomplish here. So when I talk about National Geographic being involved as well in you see they got their ancestry kit here where you can collect and send. Now, an interesting thing that you'll see here is National Geographic and, of course, Ender. Now, again, it's very, very difficult to cover all the shit in one little podcast, but to understand that your program, all your media is controlled by them, and they're doing this to you. So this is a cover for the January 2017. It's the big issue of the year of National Geographic, in which you have male to female transgender teenager. I think it's like 10 or 11-year-old boy transitioning into allegedly a girl. And this is the cover, and of course you see the color, the purple coloring, and you see the purposeful. Nothing is more scrutinized than a National Geographic cover, of course, because that's what they're known for, is the purposeful phallic and vaginal sort of symbolism that they put there. And then they use a bunch of models who are playing, here, if we can get a little bit closer, or I shouldn't open that. Hang on. Open image. All right. I can't get the image here. If I can click on it, will it let me see it? Yeah. Okay. This is what I want to see. All right. So this is just the shit that they sell. Gender revolution. This is all about destroying human fertility and programming people into degeneracy. So they use a bunch of models. Like, this is not at all what an average transgender person looks like. These are models, right? And so they're selling it as something cool and hip, and it's evil. It's just awful. It's terrible. So intersex, non-binary, transgender female, bigender, transgender male, androgynous male, all these different genders that they're using. It's so utterly evil. It's crazy. So this is just New World Order programming people into their depopulation eugenics agendas, normalizing these things that are absurd, and they are toxic, and they're evil. They're awful for people, really, really awful. So you have to understand this when you consume all their products, all your magazines, all your television shows, all your internet. It's all controlled by them, all of it. And that's why people like me are censored off YouTube and censored off all sort of social media platforms, because they don't want you to hear the message that I'm trying to give, sort of thing. They use characters like this creature, who's another Ashkenazi here, to push, of course, their rainbow symbolism. This is the kid on the cover of National Geographic. This symbolism is everywhere. Purple, of course, represents the elites and the New World Order. It's the transitional color between the male and the blue. And the red pillar and the blue pillar free masonry. The male and female pillar, when they collapse or they come together, they form the third pillar, which is representing their New World Order, which is the purple color coming together. So the purple coloring is something that you'll see always accompanying transgenderism. Now, interesting about transgenderism is we could put Dick's Hexenhammer. I'll put Sticks Hexenhammer. This guy is such an awful, degenerate, hideous cunt from hell. I hate this piece of shit. Here he is, of course, in drag. So if you put Sticks Hexenhammer drag here, it's pretty interesting what will come up, because they have him dressed up as a girl and playing other characters and stuff like that, right? And he's a Satanist. Make no mistake. He's got the inverted pentagram right here. I mean, I don't think he hides it. He's got the 666 in his hand. It's interesting to see Laurentian here, aka Roman Shalenial, who is New World Order shill, popping up. Here's some more New World Order shills. None of these people are legit. Here's a very good example of terrible New World Order shills. Lacey Green, of course. And Blair White, my word. And they're all connected. Stefan Molyneux, this guy is a criminal, evil Ashkenazi, of course, again, programming people into their New World Order. Now, it's interesting that the examples come up of transgenders here, like this kid, the drag kids. So drag kids is becoming something. So what I wanted to show you here, actually, I'll open that in a new tab. I think this, I just replied to this the other day. So here is Dick's rectum jammer 666 with his worm warrior Boreas. He thinks he's so clever. My foes are really, really obsessed with projecting about their desire for cocks attached to people with boobs. Don't blame me for your aberrant ways. I think it should be abhorrent, but I wonder where they got the idea from. I replied, you see, 19 hours ago, which of course the Baphomet is exactly what he's saying. He knows darn well. All right. This is what they're into. They worship the Baphomet and they believe that their Antichrist is coming. That's for sure. So understanding that is important. Understanding how they program people, and they use shills all over YouTube. Blair White, perfect example. So you look up Blair White, who I challenged to a debate as well, and of course he turned it down. And we can just put in Riley or Dennis, or I call him Riley, Dennis J. Riley. So I always put Riley. This is an example of the left-right paradigm, how it works. You have your left here, and then you have your right. Typically, the better-looking one is on the right, usually, because the right is more sensible. It makes more sense. The left is more insane, crazy, right? So what Riley J. Dennis, who is just a guy who dresses in drag. He's not a transgender at all. He's a cocksucking piece of shit from hell, and I'd beat his ass if I ever came across him, because he is purely evil. He pushes out stuff all the time that, you know, people are homophobic or transphobic because men are transphobic if they don't date transgenders, for instance. Just really awful stuff to trigger. And it's a triggering sort of thing. Our genital preference is transphobic, right? Would you date someone who's transgender? Trans women with a beard, you know? I mean, it's all meant to shock and create a strong reaction. This horrible actor, who's probably a tribe as well. And so you have people like Dennis and Lacey Green, who will be on the left, and then on the right you'll have the Blair Whites that respond, and this is how they keep you in that bubble. So either way, they get their sort of programming through, and that's why it's important to always have a left and a right. So understanding the left-right paradigm is very important. So I'll bring that in right now. Left-right paradigm. This is what controls your mind, and it has for a very long time. Right? There's no point whatsoever in, you know, picking a side. It's folly. They control both sides. It's a perfect system, and they use it all around the world, right? Just have two parties to choose from, and then you swap one for the other, right? right? You should have voted Democrat, you should have voted Republican, and they just switch them back and forth, right? They just go back and forth all the time. So you'll have, Bill Clinton, and then you'll have you'll have W. Bush, and then you'll have Obama, and then you'll have Trump. They've been doing this forever, sort of thing. They just keep going back and forth. So a good example of this is the March of Tyranny here, right? Where you have the pyramid at the top, up in the clouds. Nobody's looking at that, and the boots are coming down, and they're stepping on the people, and the people just keep going back and forth. So when I talked about the left and right pillars, the red and the blue of Freemasonry, right? This is a good example here, how it all manifests. It's all over your money. It's all over everything, right? They use this. And they're birds, two birds of the same feather. So that's one I say about purple, which is a color I often talk about going back many, many years on my channel. Purple, of course, being the merge between red and blue. So when you see, for instance, Hillary wearing purple at the inauguration of Trump, they come out and wear purple. That's because they're all part of the same bees. That's what they're saying. It's very symbolic when they do this. So she wore this at the inauguration ceremony. So to invest your time in either party is just to play their game, right? They control it all. And that's why the world leaders choose to wear purple, to signify that they both represent the New World Order, right? They're just actors. That's the best way to look at them. So when you put purple, of course, royalty has always been Tyrian purple has always been their symbolism, right, for the royal families. And in the past, common people were not ever allowed to wear the color purple. It was very expensive, first of all, but if you were caught wearing it, you could be killed or whatever. It does represent royalty, and it does represent the New World Order. And of course, with transgenderism, you bring together the red and the blue, and that's why you'll often see purple being used as symbolism for transgender. So 31 genders, New York City, of course. This is actually real. There are 31 genders in New York City, officially, and you could be arrested and even sent to prison if you mislabel somebody. Just like in Canada now, if you use the wrong pronouns, you could be put in prison. You've got bigendered, cross-dresser, drag king, drag queen, femme, female. Look, there's male and there's female. And then there's, every now and again you have hermaphrodite and stuff like that. But there's just basically male and female. A drag king is just some guy that likes to dress up as a woman. That's not a way to identify, ever. You can't identify by the way you dress. It's retarded. But this is how they mind control you. Drag king, drag queen, female to male, FTM, it's the same thing. Gender bender, you like that one? Gender queer, which means you have no gender, which also means androgynous, but that's also part of it. Male to female, MTF, non-OP, hijira, pangender, transsexual with two S's, SSS, sniper wolf, trans person, woman, man, isn't that funny? Butch, two-spirit, trans, agender, third sex, gender fluid, non-binary, transgender, androgen, gender gifted, gender blender instead of gender bender. Of course, put the genders in a blender and blend them up. Femme, person of transgender experience, and androgynous. It's all just mental illness. It's all just insanity, except for men and female, of course, and women and men. But that's the New World Order. That's why you have your 31 genders, of course, which is just they're laughing at us. Of course, it's a joke. It's Baskin Robbins. It's like, how many genders should we make in New York City? Well, let's make 31 flavors, like like Baskin Robbins. And so you see, here is a good example, right? Here are the the female and male. Now, I could get into the female symbolism, the male symbolism, and what else they represent, but I won't bother with that. But these are all the other genders, and there's an unlimited amount. There's potentially thousands now, and I've shown this many times. Here is Jacqueline Glenn, or Glenn Jacqueline, of course, another tribal member here who is an extremely evil piece of shit, sellout whore of the New World Order. And that's just containing your reaction to their manipulations. Now in Canada, you could be sent to prison if you misidentify somebody. It's official. It's in law. And they recently, I'll just give you an example here. I'll just put Ontario hockey, the coach's gender. I'll just put that in, right? And so what you get are all these stories that they have forced the Ontario hockey leagues to talk to children about gender diversity. Right? It's just evil. It's just terrible, right? This is insanity, of course, but this is what they're doing. They also, in Ontario, you have, I think it's Bill 81, Ontario, in which, or is it Bill? Which bill is it? Bill, Bill 81. Okay. Here it is. I was told in relation to Bill C-81. So in Ontario, Bill C-81, is it? Or is that I'm not sure if that's the same bill, but there's a bill in Ontario. I could be wrong. Could be 88. I can't remember exactly which one it is, that has passed, in which parents could lose custody of their children if they don't identify with the child's chosen gender, and that the government can seize Ontario. I'll just put this in Ontario, just so you don't think I'm full of shit. Bill transgender. Right. So they're in Canada, they're doing all this stuff. They do the way the New World Order works too is a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere. So they are, stopping people from getting therapy when it comes to homosexuality and all that. And now they're making the Pride festivals the biggest thing. So the Pride festivals in Canada. And remember, this is all about fertility, Canada. And we'll show you here that all over Canada, they are having these Pride festivals. And the difference is, like, Christmas is one day out of the year, St. Paddy's Day is one day out of the year, Easter Sunday is one day out of the year. But the difference with the Pride festivals is they're all over the time. They happen all summer long. Sometimes in the winter, they happen all over. They all have different dates. January, this is just British Columbia, January 23rd to 31st, May 23rd in Cranbrook, June 6th in Quesnel, June 13th to June. You see, it's all the time. It's everywhere, so that everyone gets programmed at different times so they can get you wherever you go, right? So that you can't escape it. And so this is, when I talk about it, it's about depopulation. It's about taking control of human reproduction. And there's only one normal sexuality. It's heterosexuality. Homosexuality is abnormal, and it should never be treated as normal. It shouldn't be ostracized, and people shouldn't be hurt or targeted or anything like that for practicing it. But it's just abnormal, so it shouldn't be done. So you see all the different dates for all the different Pride festivals all across Canada, in each province. It's all the time. It's always, so it's so you can drill it into you all the time. So, you can imagine if you're traveling, you could literally travel across Canada and maybe see 15, 20 different Pride celebrations happening over the period of a few weeks or something like that. So they get you everywhere. In the children's books, which is really crazy, the children books, and we'll just put Pride. You get all these books that come out that are in kids' libraries that are programming children into homosexuality and lesbianism and all these different things. Here's an example of a bunch of them. Children's books, LGBT, you put that in as well. These are popping up everywhere, right? All these books that are ultimately very evil. They're usually from Ashkenazi, so it's usually what we call tribe, right? And so Heather has two mummies, right? Donald has two daddies. Who has what, right? Girls, all about girls' bodies and boys' bodies. They push in different languages, the two fathers and shit like that. My uncle's wedding. And then they make television shows, and Disney produced shows. And Disney's massively involved. All the New World Order is involved in this. This is an attack on fertility. That's all it is. It's taking control. My Princess Boy, there's an endless amount. When the spoon ran off with the spoon, right? I've covered these a million times. I've showed them over and over again. And this is how they take control of human reproduction and program people into degeneracy and sexual confusion, and they normalize it. When the leopard lost his spots, right? There's Tilly, the transgender bear. I gotta find him because I always like talking about that. Of course, they're normalizing pedophilia at the same time as they're normalizing all these things. And a good example would be, we'll just put this in to show folks, transgender nursery schools. They're putting all these trannies in the nursery schools. This is happening all over the place. Which of course has all the symbolism of their attack on human fertility. And all over, they're putting these people to drag queen. So I can put drag queen, story time, stuff like that. Give lectures to the children. It's extremely evil, folks. I mean, if I have to tell you this is evil, then your head needs to be fixed massively, because you are very heavily programmed. If you can't see how evil this shit is, if it doesn't look evil to you, there's something very, very wrong with you. There's no way that children should be getting this, and they don't hide. They don't hide their Satanism and their symbolism. It's right there in front of you. So, you're going to see all kinds of satanic type characters popping up in schools with the heavy programming. Jazz Jennings, of course, is a great example of a transgender that is used to program children and normalize transgenderism, and covered. And remember what I said about purple, right? So, do you remember the rainbow? Remember the rainbow? Okay. Remember what I said about the red and the blue, the transitioning, the two pillars, the purple, right? Well, let's just try something. We'll put purple rainbow, and let's see what comes up. Well, it's the purple rainbow foundation, and it's Jazz Jennings. It's the purple rainbow. Another symbol of that, of course, is the mermaid. And I use the mermaid. So like a mermaid is half person, half human, half fish kind of thing, right? You get it? You understand? So they're programming people into this. So they started with Jazz when she was like, or he was like 5 or 6 years old. And it's an Ashkenazi family, of course. And she appeared on everything with Baba Wawa and, all different Oprah Winfrey. She's been on all the shows, this character. And I think now this person is about 16, 17. So this has been a long. There is, of course, the Trans Health Conference, which you see her parents with Bill Clinton here and Chelsea Clinton, of course, right? And what I was going to show here was the guy that they showed. Maybe it's up here in the pictures here. The person that they showed here. This person here, you might recognize. So when we look at, we can put transgender, and we could put Playboy. Actually, I'm a bit afraid what might pop up, but there's a transgender on the cover of Playboy, and then you could put transgender, women's, or is it men's health? Men's health. And then you see the cover of Men's Health magazine featuring this is how they do it, right? It's very evil, folks. It's extremely evil. You do understand, to put a transgender on the cover of Men's Health, you understand what that means, right? Like, it doesn't, I mean, you might be so programmed, and you might be drinking all the high fructose corn sugar GMO drinks, and your brain might have shrunk, and you might be so sick, your body, you might be obese, you might be really, like, you're in a depressed state, you don't even know it, or you think it's acceptable, that you might not react to something like this, but it is what they're doing. And so, like, Fallon Fox is a great example. Fallon Fox is a transgender who beats the shit out of women in mixed martial arts. That is a man that fights women. Of course, the symbolism of fox, or I'm not big in the gematria stuff. I know that other people do that. And fox, of course, equals 666, right? Whoop, 666. Well, they have the fox 666. So fox is satanic symbolism, of course. Right? And everything's coded. Everything has their numbers. Everything has their. Once you understand it, you'll see it, and you'll understand how it works. So it's important to see this and get a little introduction to what they're doing to people and how they're normalizing these characters. So they position these people in popular sports. Imagine I put, ESPN, for instance, transgender, right? They have a transgender reporter. Who runs ESPN? Well, it's Disney, of course. Right? They have transgender reporters now. And then if I put ESPN, maybe rainbow, you see what comes up. I imagine there'd be a lot of rainbow symbolism. Of course, when you look at the all the major sports leagues, so we could take MLB maybe and put Pride. You get all the Pride nights. So it's banks that run these teams, and they have their Pride nights. Every league does it. Major League Baseball, right? Remember the rainbow symbolism, human fertility, just complete. Right. So, and every league does this. You could put MLS, for instance, and MLS is doing the exact same thing. And you could put NFL. NFL does the same thing. You could put UFC. UFC does the same thing. They all. Actually, I'm not. Why it's not coming up here? I'll just put UFC, and I'll put we are all fighters, right? And you see how it works. And so it's everywhere around you. Their agendas and this is just one example. I could go on all day. I could show you so many different examples how they're programming people into this. Now, the rainbow, of course, which features prominently, you could put Thanos and Infinity War, or whatever, Infinity Gauntlet, which, of course, is the rainbow, right? And Thanos, of course, uses the Infinity Gauntlet when he collects all the colors of the rainbow. So you understand that the rainbow, Pride, has 6 colors, right? When they originally made it, they had a pink color, a hot pink sort of color that they threw in there, but they just basically have the 6 colors. That's the rainbow. And the rainbow is a beautiful symbol. It's very evil that, unfortunately, I'll never be able to enjoy it or use it because what it represents. So when you think going back here for a second, Thanos and Infinity Gauntlet. And of course, when I talk about that, now we're going to get a little bit deeper into the depopulation agenda here. I should have this somewhere up here in one of a gazillion of my tabs. Yes, here we go. I've done videos on this, by the way, Thanos and depopulation agenda. That's my video. I'm surprised it came up first, depopulation agenda. So if you get time, you can go and watch it. And I get way more into depth about what it means. Your Marvel movies are New World Order to the core. They're satanic. They're evil as fuck. I mean, they're the people that are behind. It's all Ashkenazi Jews, of course, that run Hollywood, and they are very, very intent in eugenics and depopulating as many people as possible. So, of course, Thanos gets all the colors of the Pride rainbow, and he uses, once he has them all, he uses it to depopulate the universe, because the universe is suffering from what? Overpopulation. Now, just understanding that, if we put in a search here, stop having babies and save the world, and all these articles have come out. You want to fight climate change, have babies to end global warming, stop having babies for global warming, save the planet day, save. So they want you to stop having babies. I want you to stop having babies. And if I just put it in the news, you'll see a lot more stories about how they want people to stop having babies. It doesn't always come up right away because a lot of these articles came out years ago. I'm not having children because I want to save the planet. There's probably hundreds of articles that have come out over the years with this sort of basic sort of thing. We go back here to the Forbes article. Is Thanos right about killing people in the Avengers Infinity War? And of course, the story here, I just want to get to he's collecting all the cosmic infinity stones, which also symbolizes the chakras and all that. I won't get into that particular because it's more important for you to understand that it's about human fertility. So when you're seeing 23andMe and all that, you have to understand it's about eugenics, about depopulation. Don't ever, ever partake in any pride celebrations. Never, ever promote homosexuality or lesbianism or any of these things. Detox yourself from all their products and clean out your system and stop watching all of their media. Don't play their games. Exercise as much as possible. I mean, I'll talk about solutions later. But so in Avengers Infinity War, Thanos explains that his home world of Titan faced similar problems. I can get into the Titan symbolism as well, but I won't. Faced similar problems leading to a global catastrophe, which is why he feels compelled to save the cosmos from the same fate by reducing the population. If we imagine overpopulation as a disease, rather than fighting the symptoms such as climate change, why not treat the underlying cause, people? All right. It's the most popular movie of the year. It's the biggest movie of the year. It's the one that everyone sees, or all the people that are under mind control go to. And it has their agenda all over it. It's undeniable. So the concept of overpopulation is based on the assumption that our planet has a natural carrying capacity, a maximum amount of people it can support. On Earth, the human population has increased since the dawn of civilization of around 10,000 BC. That rise was relatively slow before the Industrial Revolution, which the growth rate increased dramatically. Today, the world population is 7.6 billion and is projected almost to reach 10 billion by 2050. Well, it's not going to happen, folks. Have you seen this before? Of course, Al Gore's hockey stick, which none of it has come to pass. All the movies about the end of the world, the day after tomorrow, from a certain tribe. I'm not sure which tribe it is, Susan, but it is a certain tribe. Depicted that in the not so distant future, global warming would be melting the polar ice caps, and all this horrible shit would happen. None of it's happening, of course. The winters up in Canada and the Arctic Circle have been colder than we've ever seen before, basically over the past 5-6 years. There is warming trends. So what they do is it's usually always directly connected to the sun and solar activity. As the sun goes into a minimal sort of a period, which it is now, there's a lot less solar activity, and that leads to less earthquakes and stuff like that. But as the sun picks up and goes into, and it's 11-year cycle, and 11 symbolism is all over your movies. 88. I'm not going to get into all the number symbolism in this particular podcast. I could go down 8 billion different rabbit holes. I'll try to stick it to the basic facts that they're trying to depopulate the planet. So when we talk about depopulating the planet, of course, the Georgia Guidestones are a good example. Really Graceful did an amazing video on this recently, which is like this big conspiracy to which they do it in a bunch of different languages, where they talk about maintaining humanity under 500,000 in perpetual balance with nature. And these are the New World Order themes, and they're all over. And we talk about NWO depopulation plan. This is this is the crux of most of what we're suffering from. So this gets into, and you could look at a bunch of world leaders. So they give examples here of Bill Gates, of course, whose father was the head of Planned Parenthood, which is the greatest mass murderer organization in the history of humanity, or at least in the United States. They've killed millions, tens of millions of human beings with, of course, abortion. Now, you can say whatever you want about abortion, and you could be pussy-hatted and mind-controlled by the eugenics New World Order into thinking that it's about female rights, but ultimately you're killing living human beings. It's a human being that's living inside you, and you're killing it. That's all it is at the end of the day. There's no way to argue anything else. And abortion is extremely brutal. It's extremely evil unless it's done really quick. The methods that are used to abort a baby, especially like a 2-month-old baby, is enough to make you want to throw up for hours. And there's been many abortion doctors that have come forth to discuss what they do when they abort a baby of about 2 months old. They actually have to reach in. They have to like inject a bunch of chemicals to kill the fetus, and then they reach in and they break the body apart and they pull it out in pieces. And they pull the skull out, which is the biggest part, and they have to crack it and all that, and they have to pull off the arms and the legs. And women often, after they have an abortion, can never conceive children again because it almost destroys their reproductive capabilities. So when you see the pussy hats and you see Planned Parenthood, you have to understand that Planned Parenthood is Margaret Sanger, who is one of the biggest monsters in United States history. So Margaret Sanger, you'll understand, American birth control activist, sex educator, and of course, she popularized the term birth control. And birth control has always been about depopulation. It's nothing to do with giving females, women, a more comfortable lifestyle. It's about stopping them from having babies. That's all. That's all it is. It's always been that. That's all it will ever be. Margaret Sanger, of course, is portrayed as a benevolent person, but she is a eugenicist. Interesting that Margaret Sanger eugenia comes up. Now, the Black people know about this, or in the Black communities, and I know there's Black people probably listening to this. And my heart goes out to them because the Blacks have been one of the biggest groups targeted by American eugenicists. And so Margaret Sanger would go into Black communities and open up abortion clinics and, get people sterilized. So they've been sterilizing people for a long time. So we're going to get into the really dark stuff here, folks. So if I just put all the basic stuff as a primer, or just to set it up for the table of what's coming. And this is where it starts to get really, really evil, really nasty. So Margaret Sanger, What is Sanger's legacy? The Planned Parenthood Federation of America has grown to an organization with 129 affiliates. It operates in 875 health centers and serves about 5 million women each year. Planned Parenthood is the leader in the fight for women to choose and providing access to affordable reproductive health care for a cross-section of women. Planned Parenthood was not supported, has supported forced sterilization. We're going to show this in a second here. Or restricted immigration, has rejected most of the extremes. So this is what they say now. But Margaret Sanger, for many years, she advocated the mandatory sterilization of insane and feeble-minded, just to start with. But then she went after, of course, going after certain ethnic groups. So it's very important to understand that they were targeting blacks massively, and other undesirables. So Margaret Sanger, being the head of Planned Parenthood, to know that Bill Gates is, of course, someone whose father was a head of Planned Parenthood as well. So the depopulation agenda, war and famine would not do. Instead, disease offered the most efficient and fastest way to kill billions that must soon die if the population crisis to be solved. AIDS is not an efficient killer. So AIDS is another psyop that they created. Of course, this is a great example, and I was going to show this before here. This is actually from my video on the New World Order. This is Ralph A. Epperstein's book from 1989/1990, and he talks about what they were going to do. So the New World Order, the New World will be called the New World Order. This is this new restructuring or structuring will redistribute property from the have nations and will give it to the have nots. The New World Order will include changes in the family. Homosexual marriage will be legalized. Now remember, this is from 30 years ago, basically, right? Homosexual marriage will be legalized. Parents will not be allowed to raise their children, and we talked about the Ontario, bills that they've passed, and what kids aren't raised by their parents at all these days. They're raised by the state. They put daycare centers everywhere, and of course, a great example of that is here, and we can put. What's the example there I was going to give? Children belong to the community. So all your media is New World Order media, all of it. It's all New World Order media.
We have never invested as much in public education as we should have because we've always had kind of a private notion of children. Your kid is yours and totally your responsibility. We haven't had a very collective notion of these are our children. So part of it is we have to break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents or kids belong to their families and recognize that kids belong to whole communities. Once it's everybody's responsibility and not just the households, then we start making better investments.
All right, so again, remember the rainbow symbolism, right? Rainbow media. Let's see what comes up here. Many of the networks use this symbolism all the time because they're all part of the New World Order. So you see it obviously in Google. You'll see it Reading Rainbow, Apple, right? In the news corporations, NBC, all these different ones use the rainbow symbolism. And you got to remember always that the rainbow represents human fertility and the programming of people into the New World Order. So, like NBC, right? Peacock, Apple, right? The Apple rainbow. Google is the rainbow. So like all these corporations and banks and they're all showing their symbolism because it's all part of the same beast system, and it's all about this. This is what they're trying to achieve. They want to severely depopulate the planet, amongst many other things. But that, to me, that's the biggest thing that they're trying to achieve, and that's why you see this symbolism all over the place. So you have to understand that moving forward here. So getting back to that for a second there. Where was it? Here. So homosexual marriages will be legalized. Now, remember, back in 1989, 90, this was crazy. Nobody would have thought this. Nobody would have thought that would happen. Parents will not be allowed to raise their children. That's already a de facto. There are so few parents that actually raise their children. And raising your children is not going off to work and putting your kids in an institution. You're not raising kids. That's not raising kids. That's the state is raising the kids. You're merely there. Parents have almost no influence on their children once they reach the age of 5, like almost zero. And it's all their programming, their devices, their black mirrors, and everything else that raises them. Okay. All women will be employed by the state, not allowed to be homemakers. Well, don't you love feminism? Who are the biggest pushers of feminism? I wonder. If we put in feminism, whoops, I spelled it wrong. And we put in a particular name, Gloria. Gloria Steinem is one of the most central figures. Do you know what her tribe is? You might know what her tribe is. Of course, Ashkenazi. So they've been constantly doing this. Now, women's march, women's right, women's movement, women's liberation. Okay, so think about the New World Order. Google with the rainbow and think of what they want to program people into. Degeneracy, depopulation, depression, homosexuality, lesbianism, all these things, suicide, all these things are coming. So you see how when I put women, look what comes up. Women's march, women's rights, women's quote, women's movement, women's liberation, women's feminism, women empowerment, women's march, 2017, Women's Day, women's Halloween costumes. So women are being fooled into thinking that the march is for their right when the march is for depopulation. Planned Parenthood exists to abort babies, primarily. Now, they have changed from their radical past, where it was pretty obvious what they're doing, but it still is the same thing. And it's interesting how you'll see the rainbow popping up everywhere, right? So Planned Parenthood, of course, with women wearing pussy hat marches, carrying effigies of the left-right paradigm, the blue and the red, which, of course, with the Muslim, the empowered female Muslim, we the people. This is all New World Order, 100%. Now, who gets up and talks at the Women's March? Well, you could say Ashley Judd, for instance. Ashley Judd, right, getting up, screaming about tampons. A hideous cunt from hell. You could say Halsey or whatever her Halsey. Who's tri-bi, by the way. She's tri-bi because she's bipolar and she's also bisexual and whatever else. And she's meant to do that. So when I show YouTube videos, a lot of popular YouTubers that get featured on trending are constantly talking about how they have been woken up by these celebrities and that their sexuality has been liberated, or they learned about their sexuality from these celebrities. Like they learned about when they became a lesbian. Nobody's meant to be a lesbian. Nobody's meant to be a homosexual. Nobody's meant to be a transgender. It just, if that's what you choose, that's what you choose. But nobody's meant to be that because it's just sexual reproduction. So all your celebrities are programming you into this mentality. So when we talk about media, we could say androgynous, right? And all the fashion industry is pushing this merge between man and female. BuzzFeed being one of the biggest pushers of it. You see Ashkenazis like Scarlett Johansson, of course, partaking in this and many other psyops to normalize it. So when you think about androgynous, you can also think about media. right? And you can just think about people in the media who are androgynous. Here's another tribe member, Boy George, of course, from the 1980s, featuring rainbow symbolism, programming men into being drag queens. Now, if we think about androgynous media personalities, right? I don't know why some of these people are coming up here, but we'll put news as we get some of the characters. Right. Okay, well, let's put in the characters themselves then, because I'm not getting quite what I want. News anchors. Let's try that one. Yeah, Rachel Maddencow, of course, is a great example. Another tribal member who is purposely designed to blur the lines between male and female. These are horrible people. They're horrible people. You should never, ever, ever, ever put any sort of trust in these people at all. There are a million examples. Homosexual media. Ellen DeGeneres. I call her Ellen Degenerate. I don't know why anybody on planet Earth would call her anything other than Ellen Degenerate. I think her name is actually supposed to invoke degeneration. Like purposely, she has been given this name. So, gay marriage already won. And look at this cover too. Like, look, we go back there for a second. This doesn't look like people that are in love. It doesn't even look like people that are kissing. I don't know why it keeps flipping. Why is it? Oh, it's one of these. Hang on a second here. I gotta put on some lights in the dark here. Canadian winters or falls. All your media has been programming you with gay rights, which there should be no gay rights. There's just human rights. Right? Do you understand that? Like, we are all protected by our constitutions. There's no need for gay rights because they already have rights. Gay marriage should never be normalized or legalized because it makes no sense. There's no purpose to it. Marriage, the purpose is family, to bring up kids. And it always has been a union between men and women, but that's what they're trying to annihilate. They don't want people to. And so all over, you're going to get examples of how the media has been programming people into homosexuality and lesbianism and all these different examples. And you'll have all these characters that come out again and again. So, and of course, Anderson Cooper is a great example. Anderson Cooper, who is a Vanderbilt. So he's part of the Illuminati upper echelon, his family. And he worked for the CIA. He was trained by the CIA before he became media. None of your media is real. None of it. Like, all your media is controlled by them. All of it. You're best to turn your back on all of it and wake up to it. None of it is here for your benefit. So you have to understand that how they program people, homo, or we could say gay media. That's probably a better way to put the search in. And yeah, this is more like, these characters like Elton John. You notice the purple coloring, right? And Michael Sam was a complete psyop as well. He's just an actor. He never played football. He never played a game in professional football. Not even one. And yet he was all over the media everywhere. And he was here in Montreal too. He was signed by the Alouettes, but he never played a game, but he was in the media every day because it was Michael Sam, the first openly gay professional football player. They are normalizing everywhere, again and again, this type of debauchery, this type of abnormality. All the media is complicit, and they typically all tend to be of a particular tribe. Homoerotic programming is all over the place. And this is an example here. You see Obama with a halo, which of course is a rainbow. That's why I showed you the symbolism to begin with, so that you would see it more clearly when it was brought up. So gay marriage is just part of the New World Order in their attempts to depopulate the planet. It's all theater to get you to buy into it. Nobody should go to these things. So when we talk about pride, the largest gay village in the Western Hemisphere is actually in my hometown of Montreal. So Montreal gay district, in which they have a giant rainbow. Now, I'm going to tell this story. I know probably my listeners heard a lot of times. Maybe 15 years ago, I was in that area. I got off at the Beaudry Metro, and I had some meeting to go to. And when I came back home, I told my girlfriend. She said, "You were in the gay village," and I was like, "What? Really?" I didn't even know it because none of this existed. It wasn't here. But now, of course, it is the largest gay village in the Western Hemisphere, and it gets bigger every year. And there's outright debauchery depicted on murals. I've shown this, in which they show at eye level for children, and there's children walking around everywhere, where they have homosexual men engaged in gangbangs on these street billboards. No joke. There was one photo I showed, which was on one of these billboards you see over here, that had a guy suspended from a ceiling and some guy eating out of his ass, and a whole bunch of homosexual bikers in the bar screaming it on. Like, no joke. There's no way that that is a virtuous or healthy lifestyle. So another example is the rainbow crosswalks, which you're going to see everywhere, because it's all about programming people into this agenda of depopulation. So here is the Montreal Beaudry Metro that I mentioned before with the rainbow. And this is how they're programming people into these toxic lifestyles. I'm not against homosexuality, but I'm very much against the normalization of homosexuality, because it's an abnormal sexual behavior and it can be very dangerous for people. It can be extremely toxic for them. Typically, homosexuals tend to be very promiscuous, so they don't typically settle down anyways, and they typically are doing it for quick sex. And typically, as well, they have a much higher rate of depression and a much higher rate of suicide. In fact, homosexuals, lesbians, and transgenders have the highest rate of suicide in the Western world. And they'll try to attribute that to, oh, societal pressures are not being accepted. But that's total bullshit, because not only they are accepted, they are flourishing and taking over our cities. Now, this particular rainbow is over 1 kilometer long. The entire size of the gay village is like, I don't know how many square blocks. It's huge. I don't know if there's a map here that will show it, but you get an idea from an aerial picture. So imagine all this area here, all being the gay village. It gets bigger every year. So they put in Montreal pride, and to understand who's behind this type of stuff. Now, mental illness is a terrible thing, and I feel sorry for these people, but these people are not healthy, they're not happy, and they're not good people, because they are programmed into sexuality. They identify with their sexuality. Now, most people just identify with what they do. Like, you're a baker, right? Oh yeah, George, he's a baker. Or Sue, she's a chef, right? Or Bill the banker, right? Or my buddy Steve, the accountant. Or Jeff, the musician, right? Like, these people identify with their sexuality because they've been programmed by the New World Order. So who sponsors all this? Well, look, the NHL involved. So if we look up Montreal Pride here and we go to their home, you're going to see some of the characters involved, and you won't be shocked. Now, remember, if you've been watching this long enough, you know that the Pride festivals across just Canada alone happen all year long. There's no one day, 1 week. It's 1 month. It's all the time. So it could be in May, it could be June, it could be July, it could be August, it could be September, it could be November, it could be December, it could be anywhere. It's typically more in the warmer months because then they can get people outside, and typically in pride parades, people get naked. Now the CBC Pride Guide for Children is something I exposed a couple years ago, in which they actually rewrote the article after I did a video exposing it. So they scrubbed the original article, which was this one. So you see, they want you to bring your children to these pride festivals. Now, this is the part that they changed here. It said, be open-minded. There will be lots of boobs and penises on display. They changed it. There will be bodies of all shapes, sizes, and states of undress. For parents like Ian Duncan, dad to a 3-year-old Carson, this is part of the experience. We're not body shamers, he says. It all feeds, 3 years old, it all feeds into my son's emotional intelligence and development. And it's neither too early to think about, and it's never too early to think about that. So they are trying to get you to bring your children to these events in which, of course, people walk around naked and carry all kinds of paraphernalia and other stuff. Born This Way. What do they show? The unicorn, which is mythical. It doesn't exist, of course. And that's why they use that symbolism. Here is another tribe member, the wholesale indoctrination of school children by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. So this Ashkenazi Jew here, Jesse Cruikshank, maybe we can play that.
Happy Pride, everybody! Happy Pride! Who here knows what gay pride means?
It means where like all the gay people, transgender, lesbian, and bisexual people gather up and celebrate.
That's absolutely right. It's a celebration of sexual diversity. So I'm not gay, but I'm a gay ally. Are you gay allies?
Definitely.
Great answer. What does it mean to come out of the closet?
When you come out of the closet, it means like when you're playing hide and seek and you're hiding in the closet and then someone finds you and then you have to come out of the closet and you have to be it.
Makes sense. What do you think about gay marriage?
I just think it's normal marriage.
Right.
My auntie, I know that she's gay. She hasn't married yet. And I'm just wondering if I'm going to be her flower girl.
And you know what? When you find out that your auntie is going to marry a woman and your number one concern is if you're going to be the flower girl, you have your priorities straight.
Woo!
Do you think it would be cool to have 2 moms?
Yes. If the house is full of girls and there's no boys in sight,
Yeah.
we'll have to flush the toilet for the boys.
So many advantages. What would it be like to have 2 dads?
It would be crazy. It depends on how their personality is. If they're a party animal, then it would be obviously crazy.
Any parent who's a party animal would be crazy.
Yeah.
Can you name any gay celebrities?
Ellen DeGeneres.
Uh-huh. What about Neil Patrick Harris?
Who's that?
Do we know Ricky Martin?
No.
Ricky Martin is a singer, and now he's a gay icon. A gay icon is someone who's revered by the gay community.
Lady Gaga?
Yes. Anderson Cooper?
I might have heard. I've heard of him. I cross my fingers. I'm not lying.
Oh, Jodie Foster is a woman, and she made me question my sexuality when I was a child because I liked her so much.
Oh.
And she was nude in the film No. Not that I remember watching it several times as a child.
All right, so you have a grown Ashkenazi Jewish woman here telling children that she watched a movie in which Jodie Foster made her question her sexuality because she was naked in the movie. Now, you might be like, well, maybe it's not that bad. How about this? Who's the CBC Kids mascot? So the CBC, if you don't know, is the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. It's the largest. It's funded by Canadian taxpayers. It's the equivalent of the BBC. All right, in Great Britain. So CBC Kids, what is their mascot? Who is their number one mascot? You ask. What do you think their number one mascot will be? Do you want to take a guess? Gary, the rainbow unicorn. Gary's Hug Club, where you give really extra special hugs, not normal hugs. They're very feely hugs. And Gary goes around with all the celebrities. It's extremely evil what's going on. Okay. Now, CBC comes after me all the time, and they take down my channels, they take down my videos. Well, I mean, they claim my content, so I can't really play this stuff. But if you go to Studio K and you go to Gary's Hug Club, you'll have all your symbolism and all your celebrities hugging Gary the Rainbow Unicorn. Starting with Peter Baldbridge.
It's time for Gary's Hug Club!
Peter Baldbridge, Peter Mansbridge, that the head of the CBC or the top anchor for the BBC or CBC for a long time, was a Bilderberg member. He went to the Bilderberg. Remember the Bilderberg? Do you see that from before? Of course. The Bilderberg. Oh, we're gonna get to that in a second. This is the Bilderberg group. Remember, their number one objective is depopulation. Number one objective is depopulation. That's why you're going to see the rainbow unicorn, the mermaid. You're going to see all their symbols all over the place once you understand what they're trying to accomplish. So they're programming children into homosexuality, and it's also important to note the rainbow kind of has a phallic theme to it as well. And it's right on the head. So it's attached to the brain. I mean, it's all symbolic. So they bring all these celebrities on. This is how they target children. I would show you more, but basically he hugs everyone. Now, maybe if I open that up, and I might get all the children under attack. It's the children that they're targeting. So I put Gary Unicorn, Trudeau.
I can. I think that's what you're going to get. Is what I want to do all the time when I meet people is give them the biggest, squeeziest hug that I can.
Really?
I think that's what you're going to get is a prime minister's hug.
Okay.
Ready?
Can't wait for it.
Brace
Okay.
yourself.
I'm bracing myself. Oh, yes. This is the best prime minister hug I've ever had.
There. All right, so that's as much as I'll show. This is just to show you it's an attack on children. They're programming children into debauchery, into deviant sexualities, into anything but heterosexuality, because they don't want you breeding. All right, they don't want you breeding. They don't want you to make children. They don't want you to have families, so they're attacking families. They're removing father and mother, the terms from most government documents, and this is happening in Europe, and it's happening in Canada. It's happening around the world. because, of course, ostensibly to protect transgender parents because they might be offended. So as you see, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, and make it fun. There will be teaching moments and all that. Bring bags for the kids, collector memos. So think about the CBC and parents and trying to get this is for ages for all. Now, the original article had boobs and penises that they changed because of my video exposing it. And we went after the person that wrote the video, this Alice Lawler, and I sent her a tweet saying, how could you possibly encourage children to look at naked people? I mean, how fucked up is that, folks? How fucked up is it? How evil is that? And they immediately went and they scrubbed it and they changed the writing. Now, I think Vanonymous, we're going to get to Vanonymous's work here in a second because he's been compiling a lot of this stuff on his Steemit. So he's doing fantastic work putting all this together to show people what's going on. So we'll get there in a bit, but we just wanted to get all that set up for you. Okay. So to understand how all your media is involved in programming people into this toxic lifestyle. Now, if we put Trudeau, Pride, of course, you'll see Justin Trudeau goes to every Pride, every single one. He's the Prime Minister of Canada. Has strong evidence to suggest that he's actually Fidel Castro's son. To me, it doesn't really matter. He's just a New World Order piece of shit. But he is obviously extremely thrilled, and he goes to every major Pride event. And poses with transgenders and naked people. I mean, how excited does he look? Take a look at his face here and seeing these two transgender people walking towards him. That is the Prime Minister of Canada. And you remember what I said about them putting transgenders in nursery schools? Now, people are mentally ill. That's fine. You shouldn't hurt them. You shouldn't say bad things about them. You shouldn't make fun of them. But you should never, ever, ever, ever promote it. Ever. Mental illness and depression, where we're going to go in a second, is what they're normalizing. Because this type of lifestyle makes people very ill. It makes people sick. And they know that. So they have to condition people into thinking that depression is normal and that everyone has depression. Right? It's really, really crazy when you think about what they're doing. It's all sold as human rights and, equality and shit like that, but there is no rights necessary for anybody. Everyone is protected by their constitutions. There's no need for gay rights at all because they already have their rights. It's just a lie. It's bullshit. Gay marriage makes no sense. Most of these people are completely promiscuous. Some of these people have sex with multiple people every day. That's not a lifestyle that anyone should be engaged in. That is an extremely toxic lifestyle. And that's one of the reasons why AIDS was allowed to spread so much, which is a whole nother psyop in itself. And I'm not going to get in on it. But, look at this type of mentality that they're programming people into. It's extremely evil what's going on. So just like before when I said, and just to reiterate the point, transgender, or I would just put drags, nursery schools, where they're bringing drag transgenders. And you notice how the kids, the rainbow symbolism, everywhere. You see, you can deny it all you want, and you can pretend it's not happening, but it most definitely is happening. They are definitely transforming our world. And all you have to do is wake up to it. And who's responsible? To have these people reading stories to children is insane. But that's what they want us to be. They want us to be insane. So they are targeting children in schools because children aren't raised by their parents. So they're raised by their institutions. They're raised by their media. Most teenagers are, everything they do is whatever they're consuming, whatever they're watching, their shows, their television shows. And this gets into suspended adolescence, of course, which manifest in so many different examples, the bronies being one of the best examples. We're programming grown men into being children. This is everywhere. This is what YouTube, so much of YouTube is. Suspended state of adolescence, rainbow unicorn programming, dumbing people down, turning them into mentally ill, sexually confused, deviant people. It's a sickness. There's no way that if you're a grown person, you should be into My Little Ponies. If you're into My Little Ponies and you're a grown person, you are mentally ill severely. And it's not going to save you by going to BetterHelp and getting potentially a bot, because there's speculation that BetterHelp might even be using AI like Google Duplex to fucking be able to handle the amount of people. Now, Philip DeFranco is a horrible person, and we've already exposed him several times, so I'm not going to waste time with that. But you see how the symbolism manifests: the unicorn, the purple, the rainbow. It's everywhere. In your children's toys, it's everywhere. And this is what they're doing to people. It's the same thing with cosplay. Okay? So cosplay is it's insane. Don't do it. It's programming. It's mental illness. There's Halloween. You can go out on Halloween, maybe go to a party and dress up. I understand that. But to do it as a lifestyle, to engage in it on a regular basis, is mental illness. Now, the Marvel movies and the X-Men, of course, representing the X-Men from Sigmund Freud and from other Ashkenazi sort of philosophers, if you will. The new breed of human that they're trying to bring about. I am not going to get into all of that right now, but I'm going to tell you that you are mentally ill if you are taking part in these New World Order type of rituals. To understand what is the original thing, and I'm going to ask people this. Apart from Halloween, which is all Samhain, it's all, again, Jewish mysticism, Satanism, right? It's fall equinox, all these different things that coincide with what they are at their core, right? But let's put Halloween aside, because I think it's okay to, like, go to a Halloween party or something like that. Don't get me wrong, but to do it on a regular basis, right? This is what they're programming. So I could put cosplay, and I could put Overwatch as a great example, which is one of the most popular games in the world. And you get all these people showing up as their favorite Overwatch characters. Most of the characters on Overwatch are gay or lesbian or transgender, and they're all transhumanists. All of them have brain chips. They're all half machine, half people kind of thing. Some of them are just full machines. Right? So they program people to dress up as their favorite characters. And these are grown adults, almost always. It's almost always full-grown adults that do this type of shit. Right? Now, who is the first person? What was the first thing that people, aside from Halloween, a ritual that people would perform as transgenders, as drag queens and drag kings? Do you know what it was? It came from a certain tribe who control Hollywood, the Rocky Horror Picture Show. So the Rocky Horror Picture Show has been going on for decades now, where people dress up in drag and go to see the Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is all about transsexuals from Transylvania. We're going to get a little bit into the satanic symbolism here just for a moment. I'm not going to spend too long on this. I could spend a whole podcast on this, folks, and I have devoted lots of time to this type of shit before. Now, all your media is evil. You should reject it all. You should not ever be a fan of Hollywood. Anything that comes out of Hollywood, you should reject it fully. You should turn your back on Marvel and DC. Marvel and DC are the same, right? It's the same thing. They're all pushing the rainbow. They're all pushing the homosexuality, the transgenderism. They're all pushing all the symbolism of the New World Order, depopulation, all these things. It's exactly the same. There's no difference. They're all controlled by the same tribe as well. And as I said before, it's not just the tribe that are involved in this, but they play a huge role. And I say tribe, I mean Ashkenazi. This is how they program people. Now, who played the character Rocky Horror Picture Show? Who was the main character? Well, this is where it gets kind of interesting, and I'll show you something here, which will take you for a little ride here. Tim Curry, who was also tribe, who was the transsexual from Transylvania and does the quote unquote sexy sort of strut dance and is the main villain of the programming. So Tim Curry, and this is how satanic Hollywood functions. The transsexual is what, folks? What does it represent? Well, who is the ultimate transsexual? Baphomet. The Baphomet is a transsexual with the breast and the penis, like I showed you before with Dick's rectum jammer 666, and the same symbolism: the moon, the worm warrior Boris, the half man, half female, well, part beast as well, right? So, just going back here for 1 second, where was I? This is crazy. Okay, so I'll go back here, and I'll just show you Tim Curry. And so you saw him as the transgender roles. They do this. This is exactly what I wanted to show you. So Tim Curry plays the transsexual from Transylvania. He plays Satan in the darkness. Satan, who brings darkness to the world. And how does Satan bring darkness to the world in the movie Legend? Do you know? Well, he cuts off the horn of the rainbow unicorn. Like, really, that's exactly what happens. So this is all the stuff has been planned well long in advance, and these characters are meant to play certain roles. He also plays Pennywise the clown. So Pennywise the clown is Quetzalcoatl, of course, and is also a representation of Satan. The rainbow symbolism. So this is one of their little games that they play, where their characters play the same role over and over again, except they're just dressed differently. It's the same thing. It's Satan again and again. You cannot ever partake in their ceremonies because you're partaking in their mind control. They are controlling your mind. If you worship Hollywood movies and celebrities and you partake in their ceremonies, then you are under their mind control completely. You need to understand this. I'm not going to get into Quetzalcoatl right at this moment. I'm going to do a whole thing on that. But I could talk about the clown sightings and all the psyops and then all the killer clowns from outer space and all the symbolism, the Ashkenazis, their movies, their Satan, their new world order that is rising up, the Phoenix. Everything all ties in. It all ties in together. It's interesting that they have him here with the character the Sphinx from Marvel Comics. This is just an example of how evil Hollywood is and how much it can control your mind. Here he is playing another transgender, right? I don't know who he's playing here. I'm not sure. It looks like he might be a cardinal or something. So it could be Cardinal Richelieu or something like that. But Pennywise the clown. Anyways, I won't go any further with that because I'm getting off track here. So what I wanted to get into now that you understand the rainbow. Oh yeah, before this, the festival, our history, blog partners. Let's go there. Montreal. This is just one Pride festival. So who is the biggest representative? Our official presenters, Toronto Dominion. That's one of the big 6 banks in Kazakhstan, Rainbow Unicorn Land. You've got the FIDO, which is one of the telecommunication giants. You've got the Quebec, Montreal, and Canadian government. Major partners. Now, just think about this. The St. Paddy's Day parade here in Montreal is one of the largest St. Paddy's Day parades in the world. And they might have a couple sponsors like Carmichael and shit like that, Irish sort of based corporations. Just think of this particular Pride festival here in Montreal and look at all the different organizations and corporations that are involved, folks. And remember what I showed you about the Bilderberg Group and the New World Order. How all these corporations, government agencies, academic institutions, and all this are all part of creating this one world order. The World Bank, Disney. You just put in Disney and you put rainbow. And you'll see it everywhere, of course. Because they're all on board. Do you see what's going on now? I could put in White House, which you should call the Rainbow House. This is the New World Order, and this is one of their major objectives, depopulation. You have to understand what their symbolism means to understand how they're programming people into it. So you have Pepsi Cola, Trojan Condoms, Quebecor, major corporations in Canada, headquartered in Canada, but are international corporations. Via Rail, the Montreal Transit System, Six Flags, Winners. Look at Coors Light. How is it possible? None of the other festivals or parades that happen have 1/20th or even 1/50th the representation and sponsors. Do you see how many different organizations and corporations and government agencies are involved in just one Pride parade? And of course, you see the rainbow symbolism, gay travel, Rainbow Times, Guide, tribal media. It's out of this world, folks. It's out of this fucking world. You've got your Saturn cube, which is another symbol that I could go down a huge rabbit hole with the entire cube symbolism that you'll see everywhere. But look at all these corporations. Why are all these corporations? Why are so many involved? How is this possible? What's going on? Well, it's the New World Order. They're programming people into the Pride. Can you believe this? One interesting thing, too, about Montreal Pride is the biggest sponsor of all here. Montreal Pride, Pfizer, pharmaceutical corporations. How crazy is that? Viagra. It's out of this world. When you open your eyes to what they're doing, you'll see it everywhere. and then you'll understand what is happening. You need to understand what is happening. Stop having babies, save the world. Stop having babies, save the world. Want to fight climate change? Stop having babies, stop having families. Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, New World Order, eugenics, depopulation. All right. That's why I showed this earlier with the DNA collection and what they're up to. So you see the symbolism, you understand what their objectives are. Again, it all comes back to United Nations, the New World Order, the banks, sustainable development, all taking control of all elements of humanity, controlling everything from food production to water distribution to education to gender, right? Television, all these things, they control it all. They already do. You're just in their world. You haven't woken up to it. And this is what they're doing to men. And they're doing the same thing to women, where they're reversing the roles. They're normalizing homosexuality, transgenderism, debauchery, confusion, sexual confusion, so that they can stop people from breeding. And they depress you with all their toxic media and mind control, which is specifically targeted to make you extremely depressed. Just like all their shows are meant to change or program you into their agenda. So for women, for instance, Mad Men is not for men, it's for women. Mad Men, the show, is to re-traumatize women into thinking that men are evil and, and that women have suffered and suffered and suffered. And that the patriarchy needs to fall. But of course, the patriarchy needs to fall because, of course, that destroys the family. The family nucleus is their major target. So if they can normalize all the things that would hurt you as a human being, that's what they do. So your media is extremely evil. And all these people are tribe, almost all of them. They're Ashkenazi, for the most part. So we're going to have to get into, well, I'm going to do a little bit on obesity here. I'll keep that open here. I'm just going to close some windows. Why is the rainbow a sign of peace? Right? Chabad. That's Jewish. Why is the rainbow a sign of peace? This is just from today, 2 hours ago, folks. You see how the rainbow warrior, of course, of Greenpeace, the symbolism has been used on you for decades. You just haven't woken up to it. The rainbow crosswalks are popping up everywhere. Just from what? A week ago? Rainbow crosswalk at McMaster's. And then, of course, somebody splatters it with white paint. People should be painting all over it. Sydney unveils its first rainbow crosswalk. Right? LGBTQNSWXYZ crosswalk. Rainbow crosswalk vandalized. They're popping up everywhere. And the rainbow is a beautiful symbol. So it's easy to like make it look, wow, isn't that cool? Isn't that neat? Right? Oh, I like that. It's pretty. But what it really represents is an attack on human reproduction. That's why the symbolism is everywhere. So you have to understand this to understand what they're doing. And I put suspended adolescence into a search here. It's interesting that one of my videos come out, Idiocracy and Suspended Adolescence, which I have a music video coming out on suspended adolescence, which is going to feature a lot of YouTubers. So it's like on YouTube, you have all these characters that are in a suspended state of adolescence. Almost all of YouTube is like this. Even PewDiePie is a great example, but that it's perfectly normal for grown people to get excited about Transformer movies or go to My Little Pony conventions or dress up as furries, all that. That's what they're doing. I showed some of that's in the intro, which Really Graceful did, which is wonderful. But this is what they're programming people into. So, YouTube, you could do a million different things. In fact, hang on a second here. Let me just put in Harry Potter. What can I put in? Harry Potter wands. Let's just get an example of Spanish state of adolescence.
Hi everyone and welcome back to my channel. So today's video is actually a requested video. People asked me before about my wine collection, which is over there, and I'm going to have to disturb all this tidiness, which isn't going to go down well, which you can see here. There's actually so many, I can't actually hold them properly and I'm really scared I'm going to break them. So let's just get on with the video. They're not really in a particular order, it's just kind of like what it looks like higgledy-piggledy. Like I want to look, my aim is to get one of these to look like a section from Ollivanders. So I want it to be like stuffed full of like wines. But up top here is actually Newt's wand. This I got free as part of a Fantastic Beasts fan event that happened in November. If you want to see that, I did a little video about that, which I'll link there. I like how sort of thin and just it's quite elegant, but then also
this guy's probably in his 30s, right? And there's a million examples. I mean, I could do this with almost anything, where it's just over and over again people that are being programmed.
Hello friends, welcome back to my channel. I hope you're doing really well. So today's video is
And you see the symbolism right away.
one that has been highly requested for quite a long while now, and that is my wand collection. It's not the biggest collection, but there's enough here.
And you think about it. Now, this is a shill, obviously. Probably tribe. And like what is that? Like a wand? Like what can you do with that? Like what would you do with that? What could you do? Like you might be able to pick your teeth. I really don't know what possible function it could be, because it ain't, sure as shit ain't gonna like turn people into frogs and shit like that. Interesting. Cherry Wallace, 666,000 views. They can freeze the counts. They like to use their satanic symbolism. This video has almost 400,000 views. So this is just another New World Order shill. These are bad people. They're very bad people because they are programming people.
what I'm doing today is I'm actually having a wand making party. I have all of the supplies over here except for the paint, and we're going to get started making all of our wands. We're going to be making a ton of them for CVX Live. You guys will be able to come and get some at CVX Live, and that's what we're preparing today for, so I hope you enjoy.
These are grown people.
Today I am having an experience like no other, literally, because thanks to Cano sponsoring this video, I will be the first person in the world who gets to cover the Harry Potter Cano coding kit.
You know, you can guess the tribe, and you can tell right away that it's a character. Well, I mean, it's either outright homosexual or it's somebody that's playing one. Okay? And this is just one out of a million different examples. This is what YouTube is.
Ollivander is not yet present with us today. Unfortunately, he was called away on ministry business strictly.
You see the same symbolism over here as well. Now, Harry Potter is satanic, by the way. I'm not even going to get into that, but that's just a perfect example of how they program you into their New World Order.
Little world, it's me, Brizzy, and I'm here with Cherry and Tessa. My favoriteest Harry Potter girls. So today we're going through Cherry's wand collection. I have a lot of wands.
And you see the 8, of course, which is the sun. It's their symbolism, right? It's there. They're undoubtedly tribe, right? And they're playing the role of adults who are acting like children. This is YouTube, like Susan Wojcicki. This is post whatever she took over, February 2014. Like the last 4.5 years have accelerated this programming of people into just idiocy. Like, it's idiocy. I'm sorry if you collect Harry Potter wands, I don't even want to know you. I don't want to fucking have anything to do with you. I won't even give you the time of day because you're mentally ill. I put away my toys when I was fucking 11. 11, folks. It's unbelievable. I could give a billion different examples of this.
Different, obviously. Got this from Primark, and yeah.
And look at this. Harry Potter, Harry Potter, Harry Potter. Everything's Harry Potter. There's a bed here, and it's got Star Wars and, pillowcases, and I guess that's more Star Wars, Harry Potter, Harry Potter. I mean, this is probably a 18, 19-year-old girl. Suspended state of adolescence is perfectly normal and super trendy. You get 200,000 views on something so unbelievably childish.
Top of the morning, chilladdies. My name is Rex again. Welcome back to Pottermore. Da 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 da. We're doing more Harry Potter stuff because it's fun, and I wanted to do more, but I didn't even think there was more because I'd only heard people talk about their Patronuses and their Hogwarts house. I didn't realize there was a whole lot more you could do. But after I did the last video, people keep tweeting at me and sending me pictures and everything of the rest of this stuff, like their wand. I didn't know you got to discover your wand. I want to know what my wand is, and also your Morny.
So all these are ways of collecting your metadata and knowing everything about you. So when you click on these websites, they make you fill out these questionnaires, which are all about collecting that, right? So that they can identify you. So I probably won't get into BetterHelp and what, because I've done videos on that and all that. I just gave one example. There's a million examples. I could put in, I don't know, never done it before, but I'll try it. I'll put Star Wars toys, maybe, right? And you'll get a bunch of adults that are collecting Star Wars toys over and over again, right?
New Star Wars, The Force Awakens toys and action figures are here.
Cool.
And us.
Yeah, us too.
Right? See the kids?
And us.
Yeah, us too.
Like even these two kids are too old to play with these toys. Like these kids look like they're 12, and then you got the adults. That's 100% real. And this is what they're programming. This is what the typical male looks like in 2018. They're beta male. They're drinking horrible. They're all the foods and products that they're taking and chemicals that are taken into their system are attacking their reproductive fertility, confusing their sexuality. They're becoming homosexual, amongst other deviant sexualities. And they are embracing their childhood, right? I could put in trailer reaction. And here's one that comes up right away. Aquaman trailer reaction.
It's kind of annoying that I have to go like this in order for you to see the relevancy of this shirt.
You see the symbolism, the rainbow, which appears everywhere. Grown adults reacting to comic book movie trailers is YouTube. Susan Wojcicki YouTube. It is what it is. This is what they're doing to people. Let's take a look at this one.
Hey guys,
What do you notice? Look at the coloring in the background. Venom. Look at the characters. They've got toy swords up on the wall. Star Wars paraphernalia. Toy collection. Now these people are clearly in their 30s. These are grown men. Rainbow symbolism everywhere, right? One eye symbolism right here. The reactors table. Of course, the one eye, the all seeing eye, which you'll see everywhere, of course. So these are probably tribe guys as well. And you see the comic book Suicide Club We're going to talk about that in a little bit here. The normalization of suicide and the programming. This guy has got it looks like a Thor comic thing.
I'm Eric. Hey, I'm Rick. I'm Kevin. And we're back to watch the Aquaman trailer. This is trailer number 2. Last time we saw Aquaman trailer, it looked pretty cool. It did. I mean, I'm a little reserved.
Okay, so you can't be a happy male and be like this. It's impossible, because men aren't supposed to be like this at all. Men are supposed to be working. They're supposed to be accomplishing something. They're supposed to be strong. They're supposed to be role models. They're supposed to be mentors. They're supposed to be strong to show the example to youth on how to be a man. And to be a man and to be full, you have to be accomplishing. You have to be, you have to go through stages of maturity. You're a child if you're stuck in suspended adolescence. And they make all these shows proliferating the suspended adolescence all the time. So the depression is being a lot of the mental illness and depression. So people talking about, like, for instance, when I started the show, I was kind of responding to some of the people that were saying that, oh, it's really good that everyone's talking about mental illness because it takes away the stigma. It's getting people to come out and talk about it. They are making you mentally depressed because they're depriving you of your manhood. They're taking away your manhood. They're taking away what you're supposed to be, and they're turning you into a child. And that makes you unfulfilled as a man and makes you inherently depressed. So these people are, if, I suspect some of them are tribe and they're actors. So some of them could be just acting out a role. But if we're to take these as actual people and this is what they get excited over, they're probably suffering from severe depression. Because how could they possibly be happy men when they're acting like children? You see, the act of being in a state of suspended adolescence is depression in itself. Because when you're a grown-up, you're not supposed to be into children things. Period. So when we show that, we should talk about the Jaffe memo here. The Jaffe memo, of course, was from Planned Parenthood. The aforementioned hideous Planned Parenthood. And the Jaffe memo was released in 1969. And it shows a lot of what we were showing. Just like I showed you with the New World Order book about how they were going to destroy the family nucleus, normalize homosexuality, normalize divorce, normalize all these things. This shows a lot of what they were trying to accomplish. And this is quite controversial and it's 100% real. You can look it up yourself. So what do they show here? Proposed measures to reduce fertility by universally selectively of impact on the USA. I don't know if I have a bigger version of that open. Do I? No, I don't. Okay, I think I can read this, though. I'll try to make it a little bit bigger, maybe. No, it gets smaller when I try to make it bigger. It's just annoying. Anyways, social constraints. Restructure family. Postpone or avoid marriage. Suspended adolescence. Normalize people staying with their parents in their 20s, 30s, 40s, right? Alter image of ideal family size. Well, what is the average family now? It's usually just one kid, right? If it is. I showed back during the federal election a few years back in Kanakistan, aka Rainbow Unicorn Land, with what some people refer to as Canada. Peter Baldbridge, the Bilderberg member, showing, and now we'll look inside the average Canadian family. What was the average Canadian family? It was 2 lesbians with purple hair with children. The average Canadian family. 2 lesbians with purple hair. The average Canadian family. 2 lesbians. The CBC, Gary, the Rainbow Unicorn, bring your children to Pride so that they can see all the boobs and penises and help their sexual development. Alter the image of the ideal family size. Compulsory education of children. Get everybody on the same mind control. It's not education, it's mind control. You don't get educated going through the public system, you get mind controlled. You are not, the public education system is a way of producing proletarians. It doesn't produce good people or superstars or people that reach their potential. It produces people that work in glass towers and sweep floors and flip burgers. The people that run the New World Order get the best education. They learn about everything. They get the foundation, the trivium, the foundation of critical thought. Critical thought is something that our media tries to turn you against. Many of the people that were reacting in a certain way on Twitter, and which I showed some last night with the Dick's Rectum Jammer 666, were so angry about what I was trying to show them. And they reacted that way because they've been programmed into that mentality. They've been programmed into thinking that none of this could possibly be happening. So how dare you try to tell me that this is going on? And it's like, no. Not only is it happening, it's you're suffering from it right at this fucking moment. You are. And I'm only scratching the surface here. This is just a basic introduction to these. I've gone way, way, way deeper. And again, you don't know this, and you're probably thinking, well, you're not that important. You've only got 2,500 subs and all that shit. All my channels have been destroyed over and over and over again. This is a relatively new channel. I mean, I just started it this year. And I have to rebuild my subscriber base over and over again. And I have to, and it just happens because I'm telling people what's happening. I'm showing the truth about how everything is all one world government. It's all a one world order. And they're programming us all into the worst. They're destroying us as people. They're killing us off. And then they're making it normal. And so they're normalizing depression, they're normalizing suicide, they're normalizing debauchery, they're normalizing homosexuality, they're normalizing all the things that would make us weak. They are specifically making us into weak people. Their propaganda knows no boundaries. In fact, one of the things I like to show is the where is it? I have it here somewhere. Oh, the Jaffe memo. Okay, not that. Where is it? I know I have it here somewhere. Okay, I'll have to show that in a second. No, maybe I lost it. Oh yeah, here. This is what I show. Vulnerability is strength. All these articles showing that it's mind control. It's retarded. It makes no sense whatsoever. The definition of vulnerability is weakness. You can't change weakness to strength. I mean, you could take a weakness and make it a strength by working on the weakness. So it's like, say you got weak arms or something. You could pick up dumbbells, start working out, and then you can turn those weak arms into strength. But no, instead, what they try to tell you is that you should embrace your weakness because it's actually a strength. When it by the very definition, vulnerability is a weakness. So they want you to be weak. Why showing vulnerability actually proves strength. I mean, it's total lies, total bullshit. It's double speak. And of course, it's a certain tribe. Vulnerability is true strength. Finding strength in vulnerability. 20 inspirational quotes on vulnerability. Why vulnerability is actually strength. There are hundreds of articles all over this. Benny Brown, vulnerability is a crucial strength. Power of vulnerability. Why vulnerability is your greatest strength. The best leaders are vulnerable. Vulnerability is strength. Dr. Ariel Schwartz, I wonder which tribe. The strength of vulnerable leaders. How to make vulnerability a strength. Why vulnerability is a strength. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. Pages and pages. Zillions of articles. They are making you weak, and then they are saying it's okay to be weak, just like they are making you depressed, and they're saying it's okay to be depressed. If you are suffering from depression, it's likely because of your environment and what you are doing and what you are consuming. If you are obese, you cannot not be depressed. Obesity is depression. Your body is in a depressed state. Healthy body, healthy mind. If you have a really unhealthy body, you have an unhealthy mind. You cannot have a healthy mind if your body's unhealthy. It's impossible. So they want you to embrace your weakness and to think that it's okay to be in a suspended state of adolescence. It's okay to go to comic book movies in your 30s, 40s, and whatever. It's okay to be confused about your sexuality. It's okay to engage in promiscuous homosexuality. It's okay to do all these things. I would show, like, many years ago, and butt feed would always come after me. I showed a butt feed a video in which they had two men that were going out on their first date. Butt feed is Ashkenazi again. It's a tribe. Butt feed had the video, and they've had gazillions of videos like this, and they have the two guys, and all they're thinking about is sex. So the first things that are coming to their mind: do I take his clothes off first, or does he take off mine? Do I go down on him first, or does he go down on me? Right? And then at the end, the punchline at the end of the 2.5 minute video was, "Oh yeah, what's his name?" And they have to look at their smartphone. Turning men, and if you're a man and you're in that state, you cannot not be depressed, because that's not what you're supposed to be. So you are depressed by the very definition of what your existence is. And they're normalizing the depression. They are turning you into depressed people. And then they're saying vulnerability is strength. Embrace your vulnerability. Embrace your depression. Let's talk about your depression. Let's talk about mental illness. Let's remove the stigma of mental illness. What do you mean remove the stigma of mental illness? We should be helping people that have genuine mental illness by telling them that what they're being programmed with is fucking destroying them. We should be telling people that you should not be stuck in a suspended state of adolescence. You see, if you eliminate parenting and mentorship, what do you have? If you have a education system that is clearly New World Order, that is clearly here to put out depressed people of no accomplishment, then these people will live through their lives as miserable people. And then they'll say, well, I know all these people and I'm depressed, and you can't say anything bad about it because you don't know what I've been through. Well, I know what you are. I know what you are. I mean, if you're going to Transformer movies, if you've got toys on your shelf, if you read comic books, if you play with toys, I mean, you play video games all day, you are a mentally ill person. They made you that way. They turned you into that. You don't want to hear it because the truth hurts. That's all. The truth hurts. So when I try to tell you that and you get angry and you start insulting, it's because I pinched a nerve. And I don't mean to make you feel bad. I want to help you. I had some amazing comments on my Patreon. And I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but one of my subscribers told me that my video on obesity and Tess Harper, he shared it with his obese friend, the girl, and he said she cried, and she said right away, I'm changing, and she already started right away. And he thanked me and he said, you have helped this girl so much, and she is now cutting out all the junk food. Because they don't want you to know that, people. They don't want you to change. They want you to stay the same. They want you to be a weak, fat, stupid, suspended adolescence fucking moron. That's what they want. They want you to be gay. They want you to be confused. They want you to be just a fucking shell of what you could be. They want to destroy your potential. They don't want you to fulfill it. They want you just to be useless, fat cattle that dies prematurely and doesn't reproduce. Does it make sense? I hope it does. Because what I show you today is just the tip of the iceberg. And if you open your eyes and you realize it, you'll see it everywhere. And then you could start the path of actually fucking fixing yourself and fixing your life and breaking free of this manufactured depression, this depressed state that they have fucking programmed you into. You see, I'm your friend. I'm not your enemy. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to say, look what they're doing to you. That's why I'm censored. That's why all my channels are taken down, because there's no way they want this information going out. They don't want any of this information going out. So they attack me relentlessly. And they take down all my work. And this is just one element of what I do. I mean, I expose the media. The media is there to destroy you too. All your major shootings and bombings, they're all scripted. They're all fucking choreographed. They're trying to program you into giving up your rights, giving up your right to bear arms, giving up your right to private property, giving up your right to freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, they're annihilating freedom of speech. And they're using their fucking cocksucking shit-stained shills like Alex Jonestown or Sheckelstein, whatever you want to call him, Joe Rogan Sheckelstein, Jordan Bullshit Peterson, to program you into this, to keep you away from the truth. They don't want you to know what's going on. Really Graceful made an amazing video on DNA and saying there's no way you should be giving your DNA to 23andMe and all these corporations. Look who they're connected to. Look what they could be doing with. Look at the disclaimers. Look at the symbolism. Look at all this. Shane Dawson had to make a video to debunk Really Graceful's video. So he put out a video. You know what he said in the video? I won't be able to. Well, I probably would be able to find it. Actually, maybe I should look. Shane Dawson. DNA. Now look at the character. I mean, this guy is fucking evil. If I was in charge, this guy'd be arrested in a heartbeat. I'd put him on trial and I'd probably lock him up and throw away the key. This guy is a sociopathic monster. He is a terrible human being. And mind-blowing conspiracy theories. This is the one. So they bring in people like this piece of shit to dumb you down with stupid conspiracies. And then they come in to gatekeep for people. Eat more. When you eat, you are the most cutest I see. Look at this. Eat more. Tess holiday. Have a holiday. Holiday. It will be all right. Right?
If you were a stalker and you wanted to talk to young girls who were desperately in need of attention.
Isn't it interesting? He shows odd.
Now, there's a couple YouTube channels
He shows odd reality as shill. Let me see if I can find the DNA part because it's pretty important here. I think it's a little bit further down. Let me just see here. I've always wanted to show this because he clearly is responding to what Grace was putting out. Let me just see.
Advertising.
Is it the Illuminati or the Bell Illuminati?
Let's see. Whoa. Sorry about the volume swings here.
That looks more real, right? Like that actually looks normal, but her voice is deep.
Take my hope for life. Ooh. Take my hope for life. Ooh.
So of course people are looking at this and saying, oh my God, she sang the song and her manager or whoever took the video, sped it up, and then posted it to her Instagram. Because they don't want us to know what her real singing voice is. Because they want to keep her on brand and keep her doing that baby voice. Because
that is really, really interesting. Odd Reality is a cocksucking shit-stained shill from hell. He is definitely part of this New World Order. So he's meant to tie Flat Earth with 9/11 and all that, right? To just program people. I really want to find that DNA segment. I'm assuming it's in this video because it came up. It's really important because what he says in it, he says this. And look, he's with James Charles. All right. So what he says in this is that 23andMe are collecting DNA so that you can live forever. This is what he actually says in this fucking video. If I can't find it now,
follow and leave comments and do it's like it's crazy. Let's do Ryland first.
Okay, if it's not in this one, it's in another one. If somebody is listening to this and they can find it and send it to me or send me the timestamp on it, I would appreciate it because I'll do another video to follow it up. Because what they're doing is they're trying to tell the kids that 23andMe, Shane Dawson is telling the kids that 23andMe is collecting DNA so that they can keep they can reverse your aging and keep you alive forever. This is what he's saying. No fucking joke. He's saying that 23andMe, Susan Wojcicki and her sisters, Ann Wojcicki, are collecting DNA so that they can reverse your aging and keep you alive forever. If you think the New World Order wants to keep you alive forever, you are fucking right up Rainbow Unicorn Alley. So Shane Dawson is one of these guys that should be arrested and probably executed for his complicity in these things. I can't find that video right away. I'll look for it and I'll do a follow-up and explain to you what's going on with this. So anyways, where was I? DNA. Okay, so yeah, we had the homosexual marriage will be legalized. Parents will not be allowed to raise their children. The state will. All women will be employed by the state, not allowed to be homemakers. Divorce will become exceedingly easy. Monogamous marriage will be slowly phased out. The workplace, government will become the owner of all factors of production. The private ownership of property will be outlawed, which is Agenda 2030, Agenda 21. Religion will be outlawed and believers will either be eliminated or imprisoned. There will be a new religion, the worship of man and his mind. All will believe in the new religion. That was exactly what's happening. Christians are being massively targeted all over the place and being, demonized as crazy, insane people and portrayed in the media as being just extremely evil people. So, but I was at the Jaffe memo here. That's where I want to go back. So educate for family limitation. So you're educating people not to have families. What did I say before? I showed you all the articles on don't have children, save the planet. Okay. Fertility control agents in the water supply. They didn't like that one. Hey, Epic, if you're listening to this, remember those guys that hopefully some of them are listening right now. They're laughing. They think it's impossible that they're poisoning the water wells, right? Well, how about this, guys? I mean, again, I'm not here to make fun of you or put you down. Atrazine in water. So for more than 50 years, farmers across North America have been spraying atrazine, a pesticide, on crop, mainly corn, applying millions of pounds a year. That has led to widespread use of weed killer that has also led to runoff. Atrazine end up in lakes, streams, and sometimes drinking water. In fact, a lot of drinking water. Atrazine in water tied to hormonal irregularities. The Scientific American here, right? Women who drink water contaminated with low levels of weed killer atrazine may be more likely to have irregular menstruation and lower estrogen levels, according to a new study. There's a gazillion studies. They say atrazine is found in about 95% of your drinking water, traces of it. Of course, the frogs are all turning gay, which is actually happening. I know they like to make fun of Alex Jones about that, but he was actually right about it. They actually are poisoning our water, you fucktards. I'm sorry to tell you that. They are poisoning your water. It's happening. And it's fucking up fertility, and it's making people confused because the endocrine system, which is your hormonal system, is what's under attack. When your cells are forming, a pregnant woman, a young child, all their cells are forming. That's when they are most susceptible to any of these chemicals. And if the chemicals specifically target their reproductive system, then they are likely to become confused about their sexuality and have all these side effects and possibly be sterile. So it definitely is happening. Here is Water Research Center. That one opened up in another window. How much atrazine needs to be in our water until Canada bans this? Look at this. Guidelines for drinking Canadian water. Atrazine in drinking water. World Health Organization. I'm not making this shit up. It's for real. It's fucking happening. The danger of atrazine in drinking water to human health. Who are these guys on Twitter that are saying that there's nothing in our waters? What, fluoride? Fluoride? And the fluoride that they're using is not even the fluoride it's a toxic type of fluoride. It's one of the most toxic substances in the world, and they're putting it into water supplies, saying that it's for cavities. There's kids in Africa. The average African kid has no cavities. They have beautiful white teeth because they don't eat any junk food. They don't drink any Coca-Cola. They don't have any of that crap. The sugariest thing that they'll have is like a mango, which is full of all real sugar and real fiber, right? So what's the deal? How comes all those kids don't get any cavities, but we all get cavities? Well, are you drinking Coca-Cola? Are you drinking soft drinks? Are you chewing the aspartame and the gum and all that shit? Are you fucking eating McDonald's? Are you fucking, buying the Doritos and all that garbage, horribly synthetic fucking chemically filled food? They're not hiding what they're doing to you. It's all open in plain sight. This shit is happening. Atrazine, a harmful weed killer, taints tap water for millions in the U.S. Oh no, it's a conspiracy. It's bullshit. There's no truth to it. Well, that's just one chemical. Environment's well water atrazine in your health. Atrazine, the most common toxic contaminant in our water. Atrazine in the water, Mother Jones. Atrazine is occurrence in treatment in water, environmental reviews. It's all over the place. Atrazine, one of the most common herbicides found in drinking water near you. Maps detailing how much of this atrazine is getting in your system. Look at the Farm Belt, the Midwest here. Look at how many levels, the amount of kilograms per square kilometer. This shit is happening. There's no doubt about it. It's fucking happening. Here's Canada. Or actually, this is the Canadian government. Atrazine usage in the Great Lakes concentration. All our lakes are being polluted. Look at Chesapeake Bay, where the pig shit and the atrazine is getting in the water. It's killing everything because it attacks microbacteria. It attacks cells, the cells as they're forming. So the plankton, the most basic bacteria in our water, which is the building blocks for all life, is being eradicated. And this is because they're putting this shit into herbicides and pesticides. I don't even have to get into. Hey, how about this, guys? What about Agent Orange? Was used, which was a type of herbicide. It was a type of herbicide that was used during the Vietnam War to destroy foliage so that they could uncover the Viet Cong. This is what it did to Vietnamese forest. The American government, Henry fucking Kissinger, one of the biggest monsters in U.S. history, was directly responsible. Monsanto and Dow Chemicals produced the Agent Orange that killed millions. You want to know what the kids look like? These are kids that are born with the side effects of Agent Orange. Nice life, eh? Imagine. This is what the children of Monsanto look like, you fucktards. It's a horror show. This is what a guy that looks like that just happened to be caught out in the bush, probably just growing crops and hit by Agent Orange looks like. People need to see this shit to understand how evil the New World Order is. There's no justification for something. And I'm not even mentioning all the American pilots and soldiers that were affected by this, many of them still dying today. And these corporations, what has happened to them? Have they ever suffered repercussions? Have they ever recompensated the millions of Vietnamese? No, nothing. You think your New World Order is here to help you and make you a better person? I say think again. Monsanto, who just recently changed their name because their brand is so toxic. I mean, look at what justification for such inhumanity could possibly exist. And none of this is bullshit. None of it's conspiracy theorists. It's 100% real. This happened 100%. All right, so don't you even go there. And even in the military, the veterans are trying to get compensation. Many American soldiers and pilots died and never got a cent for their families. It's fucking disgusting. And it's just one example. Monsanto, if you're not familiar, Monsanto and Dow, who make your food. Oh no, these people telling me on Twitter. Oh no, hey, no, genetically modified. Well, there's nothing wrong with genetically modified foods. Genetically modified foods are fine. Okay, the company that makes your genetically modified foods did this to people. You still feel confident eating Monsanto corn? I'll tell you what. I see any fruits and vegetables from the United States, I avoid it like the bubonic plague. I see all the people getting corn 12 for like $3 or something. And they're all like a huge crowd around the corn thing. And like, they don't even know what it is they're eating because it's not the real thing. It's not the same thing. And they're doing it to all your food. They're frankenfooding everything like frankenfish. Hey, how about that one? Frankenfish, or genetically modified fish, GMO fish, is already legal in Canada. It's being sold on your fucking goddamn shelves. Approved by the FDA. I mean, people don't want to wake up. You just want to think, oh no, our governments love us. They love us. Oh no, they're not doing anything to us. But yeah, look at the difference. This is a genetically modified fucking salmon, and this is a normal salmon. Do they look the same? This is legal now in Canada. It's legal in fucking Canada. And they're doing it to all the animals. Canadians ate 4.5 tons of unlabeled genetically modified salmon without knowing it. The first GMO fish for human consumption will be produced. Canadian buyers enthusiastic about GMO salmon. Of course, Monsanto, the most evil corporation possibly in the history of humanity, are the developers of genetically modified organisms. They are the ones. They created GMOs. And the revolving door, the Monsanto revolving door, of course, which everyone should know is just insane when you take a look at it. All the people that worked for the FDA. Oh, I opened another tab. Hang on. Open a new tab here. Here you go. Look at some of these names here. You'll recognize some of these characters. Like Robert B. Shapiro, Dr. Charles Thomas, previous Monsanto research in charge of Manhattan Project, creating the atomic bomb, later became Monsanto's chair of the board, and then he became National Security Council and U.S. representative to the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission. Clarence Thomas, former lawyer for Monsanto, notorious chemical polluter. Thomas would later cast the decisive vote in 200 on the Supreme Court, ratifying, of course, George W. Bush. In 1991, he was appointed to the Supreme Court. Donald Rumsfeld. Aspartame only exists because of Donald Rumsfeld allowing it. Aspartame and all your products. Donald Rumsfeld, previous CEO of Searle, merged with Monsanto. He successfully had aspartame legalized. Appointed Secretary of Defense in 1975 and then again in 2000. How many Iraqis died because of that piece of shit who refused to listen to his generals, who said they needed minimum 500,000 soldiers to take the country? Instead, he sent in a budget force of 125,000, and as a result, what? 500,000, 2 million died, something like that in the range. The estimates go between, I think, 500,000 and 2 million people died in the Iraq War, the Second Gulf War. These people are monsters. Michael Cantor, board of directors, also representing Monsanto, was a lawyer, U.S. Secretary of Commerce. Monsanto, which made Agent Orange. I mean, Michael A. Friedman, Senior Vice President of Clinical Affairs, G.D. Searle, of course, which became Monsanto or merged with Monsanto, acting commissioner of the fucking Food and Drug Administration. You know, Hillary Clinton, Rose law firm, Monsanto consul, U.S. Senator and Secretary of State, of course, and ran for president. You people just, you don't want to see what's going on. You want to live in your Star Wars world. You want to read your comic books. You want to watch your Sticks or Dicks, Rectum Jammer 666, frickin' Sargon of Mossad, Stefan Molyneux. You want to stay in that world and just, oh, it's not that bad. Oh, no, there's people fighting for me. No, they're not fighting for you. They're trying to destroy you, motherfuckers. There's no doubt about it. And if you think GMOs are fucking good, then why did Europe and Japan and so many other countries in the world ban GMOs? And what is Monsanto? How many suicides has Monsanto alone caused in India? Last time I checked, which was years ago, it was 300,000 Indian farmers committed suicide because of Monsanto. And you're asking why? Well, Monsanto seeds blew in the wind and ended up in their crops, and then Monsanto would show up at their door, forcing them to pay up and use their connections and their arm and muscle in the government to force these poor Indian farmers to pay fees that they couldn't possibly hope to pay, and so they commit suicide. Go and research it if you don't believe me. And look at the people that work for Monsanto and work for your government right after. People that would often, work for Monsanto and then go take a position in the FDA or the U.S. Drug Administration or the Supreme fucking Court. Right? Michael Taylor, FDA Deputy Commissioner of Policy. He's one of the guys that fucking allowed genetically modified foods to be passed. And he worked for Monsanto right before. You don't understand what you're doing because you're too busy playing your video games. You're too busy jerking off to your tranny porn. You're too busy, collecting toys and watching YouTube gossip and following satanic pieces of shit to realize that they're fucking you all over and they're destroying your fertility and your health. This is not a conspiracy. This is real. You tell me it's a conspiracy? Then what's this? This is a conspiracy? Really? That all these people that worked in the American government also worked for Monsanto? Then Monsanto is the most evil corporation in the world, without a fucking doubt. And if you don't know that, you haven't done any fucking research. And this is just one element of the New World Order. Just one. But it's a pretty significant one. Because every time you're taking your little Triscuits out, you're putting your fucking Cheese Whiz or whatever, and you're getting fatter. Imagine what that shit's doing to your organs, your intestines. No. Just open another can of Coke. Get a little bit fatter. Embrace your weakness. Vulnerability is a strength. Everything you know about obesity is wrong. You can't imagine the evilness that runs this world. It's incomprehensible to you. Because you've been herded like sheep by satanic fucking sellouts like Dick's Rectum Jammer 666 and so many others into thinking, oh, no, the world's not that bad. Oh, no, it's not going on. Oh, no. These foods are good for me. Oh, no. They're not poisoning anything. Oh, no. Our drinking water's fine. Oh, no. Well, I hope that illusion's been shattered. And I'm not even showing all the effects of genetically modified foods and how the studies that have been done have been covered up. I mean, it's just unbelievable. You could lose yourself forever. Some people just devote themselves, their lives, to exposing genetically modified foods, and God bless them. Godspeed to them, because they're taking the fight. But there's so much more than just that. It's just one element of it. So, they're depopulating us, folks. And they're doing it by poisoning us, basically. They are poisoning the wells. Your fake outbreak that I showed in 2014, your fake Ebola outbreak. And yeah, the whole fucking thing was staged. Even in Liberia. It was all staged. They had Vice, New World Order media going over and interviewing people on street corners about Ebola, and they were all laughing. They're saying it's bullshit. It's the government. They found people that were dumping formaldehyde into public wells. The Liberian Observer tried to report on it. I even corresponded emails with the guy, and they threatened his life, and they forced him to remove it. You don't believe me? You think that didn't happen? Oh, let's go and check it out. Ebola. And you'll see how the articles have been scrubbed. Ebola, Liberia, or Maldu. I don't know how to spell it, actually. I think it's like that or something. There it is, okay. Major Liberian newspaper churning out Ebola conspiracy. Washington Post. Who runs the Washington Post? Which tribe? Poisoning the wells is one of the easiest things. All right, when I was covering the Ebola saga, I showed how the whole thing was staged. They were using crisis actors. They're setting this up, folks. They're setting us up for something really nasty. Agents dumping formaldehyde into Liberia's water supply. Hey, there's press. Nice to see them. Right? Who? Ebola in Liberia, misery and despair tempered by some good. These were all staged. They were using actors. It's unbelievable. Why Ebola is a lie. African agenda, right? The Liberians themselves in Monrovia were laughing at the Vice media. They're saying it's all bullshit. What did they have to tell you? Well, they had to do this. They had to say Ebola is real. Protect yourself. While you're playing video games, this is what I do. While you're getting fatter, drinking your shit, and watching your satanic fucking shills, this is the shit that I was exposing. Ebola is real. Protect yourself. Mind control. They're poisoning people in Liberia to simulate. And if you don't know this, if you ingest formaldehyde, you get the exact same symptoms of Ebola. So all your media is staged. It's all choreographed. It's not that all the events necessarily people aren't dying and shit isn't happening, but they are orchestrating all of these things. And that's a rabbit hole in itself, the CDC, GlaxoSmithKline, and the production of vaccines, which we were all over. I was all over the media back then. My channel was way bigger than your Dick's Hexen or Dick's Rectum Jammer 666 back in the day. I was getting millions of views a month because I was exposing this. And of course, they took all my shit down. And this is just one thing that I've shown folks over the years. Ebola green is another thing I was really well known for, showing how they were using black people in green programming to program everyone into believing that this thing was happening. It is really crazy. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked here. The Jaffe memo, again, fertility control agents in the water supply. It's a real encourage women to work. Oh, it's empowering. Forget about having babies, what you're put on this earth for. Go work in one of these glass towers. Get a man's hairdo. Dress like a transvestite. And push around useless fucking bullshit. That's empowering. But whatever you do, don't have a baby. Economic deterrence and incentives. You think this is fake. You think it's fake. Yeah. These measures were tabulated here to primarily from Davis Science 111067. All of this is real. This is not a conspiracy at all. So Planned Parenthood planned this back in the 60s. And you think they're not trying to depopulate people. You think that there's no agendas at work, that, oh, it's just gay rights, and oh no, the rainbow symbolism everywhere doesn't mean anything, and no, Thanos and all that, none of it has any correspondence. Let's just, hey, give me another Coca-Cola and a Snickers. I'm not fat enough yet. Hey, didn't you hear everything you know about obesity is wrong? Let's take a holiday. Tess Holiday's on the cover of a cake, eating her reproductive organs. is monsters. These people are monsters. They don't like us. They want us off this planet. Modify tax policies. Well, exactly. Substantial tax marriage. Child tax. Tax married more than single. Remove parents' tax exemptions. Additional taxes on parents with more than 1 or 2 children in school. Eliminate paid maternity leave and benefits. How long is your maternity leave? How many months did they grant you before you got to give your baby to somebody else? Preferably somebody who's up Rainbow Unicorn Alley, probably into pedophilia and shit. Eliminate children or family allowances, bonuses for delayed marriage and greater spacing, pensions for women over 45 with less than N children, eliminate welfare payments after first 2 children, chronic depression. Oh, no, depression's not being normalized. Oh, just you wait. Just you wait. I haven't even touched that. Require women to work and provide few child care facilities. Eliminate public finance, medical care, scholarships, housing, loans, subsidies, families with more than N children. What's with your healthcare system in the United States? What, poor people have no access to healthcare? What, are you kidding? You think you're going to go to the hospital if you don't have insurance? Yeah, good luck with that. You better trade in your arm and your leg and maybe a few organs while you're at it. Social controls. See, look, selective impact depending on social economic status. Social controls. Compulsory abortion out of wedlock pregnancies. Compulsory sterilization of all who have 2 children except for a few. Well, Ted Turner, one of the guys, we'll just give an example. We could say Kissinger. Depopulation. How about that one? Kissinger, I hope, honestly, Kissinger, this guy should be kept alive just so he could be, he could face justice for decades, for centuries, for all the things that this monster has been involved in. How about this? Depopulation should be the highest priority of foreign policy towards the third world because the U.S. economy will require large and increasing amounts of minerals from abroad, especially from less developed countries. Ted Turner, the guy that runs CNN or created CNN. Here's David Rockefeller. The negative impact of population growth on all of our planetary ecosystems is becoming appallingly evident. David Rockefeller. A total population of 250 to 300 million people with a 95% decline from present levels would be ideal. Oh, you don't believe he said that? Well, why don't you go and research it and prove me wrong? How about that? Because then you find all videos where he's saying one child per family. How many kids do you have? Oh, he doesn't like to answer that question. A lot of people think it's Ted Turner that financed the Georgia Guidestones. Of course, he is from Atlanta, Georgia. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's heading up now from 9 billion people. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, and reproductive health services, we could lower that by 10 to 15%. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? If he's saying that if we do a really good job with vaccines, with healthcare, and reproductive health services, we're going to lower the population. How does that make sense? Shouldn't reproductive healthcare services help people be reproductive? That's because you don't want to look at what they're doing. They're telling you what they're putting in our products. Their reproductive healthcare services are there to destroy reproduction. They're there to depopulate, to normalize abortion, to destroy families, to empower women over men, so that you just annihilate the concept of family. You destroy the male. His father was the head of Planned Parenthood, you fucktards. I mean, it's unbelievable. Here's Jacques Cousteau. In order to stabilize the world population, we must eliminate 350,000 people per day. All right. Depopulation, and Albert Pike, of course, because people don't want to believe in the New World Order. They're like, no, Freemasons are good guys. No, they're good guys. They take care of children and stuff like that. Yeah. There's undoubtedly a lot of good people that are Freemasons, but they aren't 33rd degree. And you get up in the higher levels, then you'll learn about Albert Pike and you'll learn about their New World Order. So anyways, very important to point all this out so that people understand that the people at the top of the pyramid have no desire to see us proliferate. They want us off this planet, and they want to severely depopulate the planet. And that's why they are normalizing all these things that we've known about for years. And that's why things like the Jaffe memo clearly illustrate the lengths that they would have gone to. This is back in the 60s. Imagine what they're doing today. Imagine what they're doing today. We can only imagine. Social controls, right? Housing policies, discouragement of private own. Why are houses so expensive? Holy shit. You think you come out of, think about this. Suspended state of adolescence. How expensive are our student loans? How expensive? What is the average debt for a person coming out of American university? What is their average debt? 120,000? And you got to buy a car and you got to buy a home. Yeah. Good luck. Who runs the banks? You starting to see the bigger picture? They orchestrated this. They've orchestrated it that schools are so expensive so that you are in debt, so that you have no incentive to have children because you can't fucking possibly financially afford it. Stop awarding public housing based on family size. Measures predicated on existing motivation and to prevent unwanted pregnancy. Payments to encourage sterilizations. This we've known they've been doing behind the scenes for a long time. Payments to encourage contraception. Why do they put condoms in all the high schools? Was it because of AIDS? The AIDS psyop with all the big time celebrities getting AIDS and all the music festivals to promote it? Safe sex. Is safe sex really about stopping sexual transmitted diseases? Really? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think safe sex is to stop people from getting pregnant. And that's why they want people fucking each other up cake holes. Why do you think so much of your porn is anal porn and tranny porn? Oh, transgender porn is the fastest growing demographic of porn. You should try it. You might like it, said a Canadian PhD, which I showed back in 2014. Or was it 2013? Oh, you should try it. You might like it. Transgender porn. She-male porn, shit like that. Anal this, anal sex that, anal this, anal that. Double anal penetration. Why do you think they're doing that? A dick's a dick, right? Dick has no eyes. A hole's a hole. They want you to engage in anal sex because it won't get people pregnant. That's all. They want you to be gay because it doesn't lead to babies. They want you to be lesbians because it doesn't lead to babies. They're not empowering you. They're destroying you, you fucktards. You fucking idiots. But no, never mind. Get the video, fire up the PlayStation. Hey, there's a new Rainbow Unicorn game out. Let's go watch Captain Sparkles. Oh, guys, you want to watch this mukbang with me? Hey, Shane Dawson made another conspiracy video. Shane Dawson's making a donut cake. Oh, Joey Graceffa is getting in a bathtub full of Fruit Loops. I mean, and I could go on for days. The people that know me have been watching my shows, have been watching. I've been showing all this shit for like almost 7 years now that I've been doing this. So I know it inside out. And I could go down 100 different rabbit holes, but I'm trying to give an overview of the depopulation agenda, the normalization of depression, the normalization of LGBT, PQNSW, XYZ, the attack on human fertility, the poisoning of our waters, the poisoning of our foods, the genetically modified foods, the corporations and government agencies that are involved, the connections of all the corporations, the Bilderberg Group, all the corporations that are involved in proliferating gay pride propaganda, targeting children, government institutions like the CBC, using taxpayer money to program children into debauchery and sexual confusion. There's no limit to their evilness. Dick's Rectum Jammer 666. These people are fucking pieces of shit. So when I come out and I slam that motherfucker, I have good reason. You understand? Payments to encourage abortion and sterilization on demand. Allows certain contraceptives to be distributed non-medically. Oh, they're in your guidance counselor office. They're in your washrooms. Here you go. Grab a bunch of condoms, folks. Don't get pregnant. Who makes all this? Who is responsible? Who makes all the movies that program you? What about the children need to be brought up by the community and not the parents? Oh, what was that movie, Juno? Did you watch it? It won all the awards. The Sundance Festival? Yeah, they love to dance around their son because that's what they worship. The coming of Lucifer, their Antichrist, their New World Order, their Phoenix that's going to rise up. Robert Redford, get the fuck out of here. You think your entertainment is there to make you entertain? It's there to destroy you, you motherfuckers. It's there to destroy you. Improve contraceptive technology. Make sure contraception is truly available and accessible to all. Improve maternal health care and family planning and core elements. These aren't conspiracies. These are real. The depopulation agenda is all around you. Their sustainable development is all tied to it. Maintain the balance of the world. Depopulate as many people as possible. Genetically or eugenically remove the undesirable. They show it on all their movies. They show it on all their shows. They're Walking Dead. We're the Walking Dead. That's what we are because they know that we're going to die. And so they're showing us what's going to happen. And their collapse is coming. They're going to collapse this economy and they're going to bring in their one world government. They're going to bring in their one world currency. And you're going to be so dumb playing your video games and drinking your colas and getting fat and stupid. And then you're going to be caught. You're going to be just fucking so depressed. And they'll just be like, well, you should have known. You should have known better. We were showing you all along, but you chose not to pay attention. You know, wouldn't say that they respect me, they hate me, but I would think that I would get more respect than the average person for understanding exactly what they're up to. Isn't it interesting? The 70th anniversary of the United Nations, where all the gay people got married on the steps, has the step symbolism and the rainbow symbolism. Winter is coming, folks. This is all happening. The Phoenix is rising. Is Thanos right about killing people in the Avengers? They're showing you what they're doing, you fucktards. They're rubbing it in your fucking faces. And you just don't want to accept it because it's too painful. 9/11 is the least. I mean, people want to debate 9/11. I mean, like, I don't want to debate the fucking steel structure. Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. It's a waste of time. It's a quagmire. Let's talk about this shit. This is the shit you need to talk about. 9/11 is just one slice of it. It's an important one. But come on. I mean, if you haven't figured out 9/11 is an inside job, I mean, there's no hope for you. I mean, you better figure that out pretty soon. I mean, you got to be stupid with all the predictive programming and everything. The 9/11 date is so significant to them. I could do a whole podcast on the significance of 9/11, and I probably will because I think the next 9/11 is coming next year. I really do, and I hate to say it. But they hit people all over the world, like in Brazil or, Japan. All your culture is evil. These people are fucking scumbags.
My parents will be furious.
Genetics! Today we are going to learn about our genealogy, or as I like to call it, eugenealogy. We're working with a very cool...
Well, eugenealogy. Isn't that interesting? What does that remind you of? Eugenealogy. Eugenia. Eugenia. How about eugenics loony? Do you like your eugenics loony? Should I show you your eugenics loony? Would you like to see it? Eugenia Cooney. Eugenia Cooney. Your eugenics loony. You see, everything that is evil is what they promote. Everything that will destroy you is what they promote. What? You don't believe me? Let's take a look at trending here for a second. Is 6ix9ine?
I know I'll be the boy young going and you rocking with that.
Do you think we'll see rainbow symbolism in here? Oh, well, there you go. Does 6ix9ine have rainbow teeth by any chance? He's got a rainbow car. He's at a rainbow fucking water park. It's #1 on trending, or it was yesterday, #2 today. Thanks to Susan Wojcicki, the sister of Anne Wojcicki, 23andMe, DNA collection. See, it's all in your fucking faces. It's all in your fucking faces, but you don't want to wake up to it. Because it's too painful. I understand. But nobody could win a debate with me on this shit. You'd be annihilated. Because it's everywhere. If you don't think it's going on, you're living in denial. You're just too stupid to see what's going on. You seriously need to wake yourself up to the 666 rainbow unicorn New World Order and what they're doing to humanity. These people are monsters. I would punch this guy in the face so fucking hard if I came across him. I'd knock all his teeth out. I really would. These people are monsters. Is this what... Think about what you had in the 60s. Let's look at the Beatles for a second. Yeah, the mop tops. Some cute guys for the girls. Yeah, a lot of symbolism, Satanism, all that with the Beatles. But I mean, can you imagine? This is what kids grew up with then compared to this. These people can't play instruments. They can't sing. Their music is fucking awful. If you like this music, your head is fucked. You need to get your head checked. You seriously need to get your head checked because you have been turned into a degenerate. It's crazy, man. Okay, so took care of that. Let's talk about mental health. Let's get to the mental health agenda here. The normalization of depression. Bell Media in Kazakhstan. Let's talk about health for the past decade. Normalizing depression, saying, hey, everybody's got it. Come out and talk about it. They don't want to solve your depression. They want you to accept it. They want you to live with it. And they want you to talk about it so that everybody else talks about it. So that you raise the stigma of mental health. Yeah, whatever. You embrace your weaknesses. Vulnerability is a strength. You're under mind control. You don't want to know it. You don't want to wake up to it. But it is killing you. It is destroying you. And you don't want to face it because the truth hurts. I've shown all this over and over again. Most of these YouTubers, I mean, they're mostly tribe. They probably don't know the extent of what they're involved in. But they're normalizing mental illness because they're making everybody sick. How can you not be sick? You're 30 years old and you're collecting Harry Potter wands? You're fucking mentally ill beyond fucking comprehension. You're 30 years old, you're collecting Harry Potter wands. You should be in a straitjacket. In a padded cell. That's how mentally ill you are. Of course you're depressed. What normal human being would be doing that? You're going to brony conventions? 10,000 grown men going to a brony convention? They're making everyone ill, and then they're using their shills to normalize it. Philip the fucktard, you better pray I never come across you. I'm not going to hurt people. I say I'm going to punch somebody in the face. I wouldn't do that. I don't believe in violence ever. So just be clear on that. But if I saw Philip, I would definitely corner him and you know, oh boy, would I give him an earful. I mean, his face would turn purple and he'd probably quit. He'd be so embarrassed. But these people are evil. Isn't it interesting? Let's talk about mental illness and how to obtain good mental health. What do you see? Oh, it's the rainbow. Is that what the rainbow does to your brain? Yes, it is. That's exactly what the rainbow's doing to your brain. They're producing mentally ill people, and then they're using shills to normalize mental health. It's very fucking evil. And it's all over YouTube, and it's become the big meme, just like BetterHelp. Yeah, God forbid you've been promoting this. If you've somebody that's promoted this scam, BetterHelp, and it's just one of many. Normalizing depression. And look at this guy here. Okay, these Israeli shills, this H3, Ethan and Hilla fucking Klein. I don't know if there's a more despicable duo in the history of YouTube, and that's saying something. These people are wretched. They're actors. They're shills. Boogie 2988. He's the last guy on planet Earth that should be talking about mental health. How about that? The last person, because he's so mentally ill. He's in his mid-40s and he's got toys. He gets excited opening toys. He plays video games all day long. He gets his stomach stapled. He's horribly depressed. He's drinking Mountain Dew like it's going out of style. And he's partaking in all their rituals. And he's pushing fucking BetterHelp.
Basically either stop making videos or disappear forever.
So today's video.
I hope you people pay for what you're doing. Every single stinking one of you. You see, I believe that the Lord, God, works through me. I feel him working through me. I'm not Christian or anything like that. I don't know what God is, but I feel that I have been placed here to help the world, to help people understand what these monsters are doing. So that's why I have no fear in saying what I say, because they can take me out if they want, but my message will get through to enough people and they'll plant enough seeds. These people are monsters.
Going to be about YouTube happiness.
This piece of shit here, this piece of shit satanic motherfucker. Fucking. Oh, you don't believe me that this guy's a satanic piece of shit? I can't even remember his name right now. These people are monsters. They're monsters.
People want videos, right? When like the audience turns on you.
This is an actor. He's from Israel. He's a terrible, terrible, despicable rodent. Shill from hell. You like this guy? Get your fucking head checked. You're mentally ill. These people are your enemy. They would eat your fucking liver if they had the chance.
Fucking happy. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's so stupid. It is so stupid.
This guy is a fucking actor from hell. I get so angry when I cover this. I know all these people, or I know most of them, and I've covered them many times before. I get so angry because I know how evil these people are. I probably don't even know. I probably only know a tenth of it. But Shane Dawson, my word, you know, I hope you get the biggest dose of karma ever. I really do. And when hopefully it'll happen and we'll see it and then we'll be able to celebrate it because you're an evil human being. Philip DeFranco, Jeffree Star, you know, Trisha Paytas, Colleen Ballinger, Joey or Growy Josefa, Nerdy Nummies, Superwomen. They're all fucking shills. They're your enemy of humanity. And they're here to fucking program you into their eugenics agenda. These people are Satanist. They're fucking Satanist. This piece of shit right here is a clear Satanist. In fact, I'll have to look at my videos here for a second. Censored. Let's go to my channel to find out what his name is, just to show you, because you probably think, oh no, Jeff's just talking bullshit again. And you notice how many of my videos show the rainbow? Because I've been showing this for so long. All my work's been destroyed. You may have just learned about me now, but I've been around for many, many years, almost 7 years now doing this stuff. And I've been exposing all these people over and over again. Susan Wojcicki, is YouTube satanic? You bet your bottom dollar it's satanic. Where is he? He's got to be in here somewhere. Freaking hell. Well, there's James Charles. Oh no, James Charles is a good old sister, isn't he? His sisters? Hi, sisters. Hi, sisters. He's a Satanist, you fucktards. I can't find. I want to know who that guy is. Can somebody? I'll hang on the chat. I'll just go to the chat here for a second. Can somebody tell me who this guy is here? Can you tell me who this guy is? Tell me who this fucker. Tell me who this fucker is. If I'm still on, I mean, I don't know, because I want to know who he is, and just so I can show folks. Bobby Burns. Thank you very much, Josh. Much appreciated. All right. Really appreciate it. And I apologize for not being able to read the chat. It's impossible for me to read the chat when I'm doing the show, because then I wouldn't be able to do the show. So I hope you understand what these people are. They're one-eye symbolism all the time. They're all tribe. There he is with Shane Dawson. Here's my video. Check that out. Look at the imagery. He's a Satanist. He's a fucking Satanist. BB, CC, DD. They always use those as their code names. Rainbow Unicorn. Oh no, Jeff C is just a fucking conspiracy theorist. He's crazy. There's no eugenics depopulation agenda. They're not normalizing mental illness. 9/11 was brought down by the planes and was carried out by a bunch of fucking Arabs. Yeah, go live in your fairy tale, man. But don't fucking tell me that shit, because you're insulting my intelligence. You know, and if I get angry, I don't mean to channel that at you. I'm not here to make people that are already miserable even more miserable, but I am here to wake you up, because the only way that you're going to get over your misery is if you realize that you've been programmed into it. That's all. Rainbow symbolism. Creep. Radiohead. No, Jeff. Radiohead. How about that one? Yo, you like that band, don't you? Radiohead, right? Although they're good, eh? Radiohead. I'm spelling it wrong. How about this? In. Oh, rainbows. Oh, just a coinky dink. That's all it is. They're not part of the New World Order. How about Kesha, who drinks her pee? Rainbows. Oh, yeah. Saturn worship, Satanism, one-eye symbolism. It's all around you. You're just blind to it because they've dumbed you down. They've made you really stupid. So stupid that your pineal gland doesn't function at all. You can't be at a higher consciousness because you've been so dumbed down and programmed. You actually go to see and listen to this music that is toxic. It is toxic. It is evil. Their New World Order symbolism is everywhere, folks. They're showing you the phoenix. There's the phoenix. It's coming in. They're showing you what's coming. There's your rainbow unicorn. Your rainbow eugenics depopulation. The rainbow's all over and it's in your face. So this piece of shit, this satanic piece of shit, is telling you to go get better help.
Hotline replacement, but is really, really helpful. They reached out to me several months ago to see if I was interested in doing an ad, and during that time, I've been utilizing the service to make sure it was actually something I wanted to promote to you guys. You can use the link right here on the screen or down in the description to get access to online therapy. If you feel uncomfortable going into an actual office and waiting in line, this is a fantastic tool to help come.
I mean, on the internet right now, so many outlets have been covering these stories. It's not just the polygons and the slash dots of the world. You have the Guardian covering it, Forbes. This week I saw NPR covering it. For me personally, the person I ended up connecting with the most was Elle Mills.
That video shows a young girl in a very raw state.
It won't fucking egg. It's the second and it won't egg.
I've never.
All right, you fat fucking idiotic piece of shit. Can you see how many different camera angles you are? You're so dumb that you can't even figure it out. I can figure it out from a 5-second clip that it's totally choreographed. Look at this.
Girl in a very raw state.
It won't fucking egg. It's the second and it.
Yeah, you're so dumb. You're so dumb, Boogie. 2,988 pounds. You're a dummy. You're a stupid ass motherfucker, and you're miserable. You're not a good person. You're a bad person because by very definition, you're a bad person. Because instead of fighting and changing your obesity, you try to excuse it and embrace it. And you make all the excuses in the book, and then you get your stomach stapled. And then you keep playing your toys, playing your video games. You keep living the lifestyle of a degenerate. And Boogie was recently, and like Boogie's probably the least of the bunch. He's probably the least. Boogie 2988 kissing. Man, he was recently at a convention, and he was caught kissing a guy. Right? I mean, just look, folks. This is what they want you to be. This is what they want: toys, Star Wars, Pokemon. Look at the Pokemon balls. Right? All your video games, your toys. Look at all the toys he's got around him. He's mentally ill. He's nobody's hero. Sargon Mossad, the fucking piece of shit motherfucker. I hate that fucker. I hope you're listening, cocksucker. Sargon Mossad says Boogie 2,988 is his hero. He actually said that. It's unbelievable in a tweet. Sargon. Let's see if it comes up. No, there he is. Right? Boogie's so fat they have to give him a scooter at these conventions. And he has such a hard time going to them. Anita Sarkeesian. I wonder. Oh, there he is. There it is. Look at this. Look at this. I didn't make it up. I don't make anything up. Sargon meeting his hero. Your hero is such a disgusting fat body that he has to fucking go around in a scooter because he can't fucking walk. Look at the rainbow right behind there. Oh, it's just a coinkydink, of course. No, they're not trying to destroy us. They're not trying to ruin us. They're not trying to turn us into disgusting fat bodies. They're not normalizing obesity. They're not normalizing depression. It's good. They're ending the stigma. Hey guys, let's raise awareness. Let's raise awareness for what? Cancer? Let's get all the men to wear pink. Let's get all the men to wear pink in football, so that they can raise awareness for breast cancer. How come they're not trying to solve cancer or cure cancer. They probably had a cure a long time ago. There's no way they're going to give you a cure. Cancer is the number one killer. You think they're going to take away their number one eugenics agent? They're giving you cancers through all the foods. It's all the foods and chemicals and water and everything else that you're intaking that is giving you the cancers, along with your programming. They're not here to solve our problems. They're here to normalize them. You don't want to accept this because you can't get in the mindset of satanic evil people. You can't get in their mindset. You can't understand what a Rothschild is because you can't think like they can. They're fucking vampires. They've been around for so long, nobody's ever taken them out. And I'm just saying one name as an example. You think these people care about you? They control it all. You think they want you to be healthy? You think they want you to live a long, healthy, reproductive life? They want you off this fucking planet. It's just, and this guy's a fucking shill. They're all shills. Black Pigeon Speaks, Israeli shill. H3H3, Israeli shills. They're all shills. There's nobody in the fake alternative media that's real. They're all Red Ice Radio. Get the fuck out of town. Lauren Southern, aka Lauren Simonson, get the fuck out of here. And they're all connected too. They all work together. You can play the game if you want. I've played it many times before. I can put Lauren Southern, and I don't know. Who do you want to add? Stefan? Yeah, Stefan. Yeah, there you go. About Lauren Southern and I don't know, Alex Jones, right? Alex Jones, on Alex Jones. There she is. Or you could take any character that you want. Lauren Southern. How about this? Sargon. You want to play a game? Let's play the game. Oh, look at that! Isn't that interesting how that works? Lauren Southern. Who should we say? Give me a name. Cernovich. Oh yeah, that'll work. I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, how about Tommy Robinson? Tommy. Just put Tommy. Everybody knows Tommy is, right? Brittany Pettyboner? You could play this game all day long. You could take any character in the fake alternative media and you can do it with Jordan B. Peterson. Jordan Peterson. And you can do the same thing with these cocksucking shit-stained shills. You're a piece of shit. You're a motherfucker. I hate this fucker. I hate this guy. Hashtag hate. Hate is healthy too, by the way. You can't have love if you don't have hate. They want you to think hate. We got to wipe out hate. Fuck you. This guy is a total fucking shill. Total fucking shill. Yeah, he says a lot of smart things. Yeah, he makes sense, but he's full of shit. He is keeping you. He works for them. Oh, you don't believe me? No, he's not. He really cares. How about that? Balfour. The Balfour Declaration. Who's speaking there? Oh, headlining Jordan B. Peterson. And you can play the same game with him, and you can put all the characters in. They're all connected. And that's just one element. That's just one element of it all.
I've never seen anything like it on YouTube. She was probably pulling 70, 80, 90-hour work weeks with travel in between. Of course she got them.
So unfucking happy.
Good. You're so fucking unhappy. How about you take a ride down Rainbow Alley and fucking depopulate yourself? Take a long walk on a short pier, and there she is. Oh, now she's so happy.
I got to send my brother off to prom, watch me surprisingly graduate high school, and I also got to have a nice little birthday party at home. I was able to squeeze in a few therapy sessions before I started traveling and working again.
Yeah, there you go. Just become a shill. Work for the United Nations. Oh, yeah, remember our Superwoman? How about our Superwoman? We could play that game too. We could go Superwoman, or we could go Lily Singh. I'll just put Superwoman. And then you could play the game. You could put I don't know, Rosanna or Nerdy Nummies. Right? You find all these characters, they all work together. You could take nerdy nummies and, oh yeah, how about this? Nerdy nummies, how about this? Hey guys, there's no such thing as depopulation. No, hey, it's all for gay rights, guys. Hey guys, gays have been oppressed. There's no agenda to depopulate the planet. No, there's no rainbow unicorn. No, that's not symbolism. How about this? Nerdy nummies. Rainbow. Oh. 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 Look at this. No, there's nothing going on. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see, guys. They're not fucking you up. They're not making you fat. They're not making you depressed. They're not making you eat horrible foods. They're not normalizing mental illness. How about this? Nerdy nummies? What can I put in? You want to play the game? You Twitter guys? How about this? Transgender? I don't know. Let's take a stab in the dark. Let's just try the game. Oh, look who comes up. Transgender. How about this? Nerdy nummies and well, I'll go back to the rainbow here. Rainbow. Look at the food that they want you to eat. Look at what they're programming you into. Look at how horrible they want. Look at the shit that they want you to eat. Look at this stuff. You think it's yeah, bagel. That's pretty fitting, isn't it? A rainbow bagel. Look at this. That's not food. You would eat that? I would take my hockey stick. I'd go grab my hockey stick from the basement and I would slap that across the street. Maybe hit one of the neighbors I don't like or something. That's what I do. You're there. Take your fucking rainbow shit. These people are fucking evil. You have to realize this. Right? They're using this to destroy you. They don't want you to know this. They don't want anybody to know what's going on. And they want you to program you with all their Marvel comic book movies, which is all about the rainbow anyways. It's all. You know the funny thing about let's see let's just show you something here. How about this? So think about the Marvel movies, right? I imagine if you're one of these people that doesn't believe what I'm saying and thinks the world is wonderful, and the New World Order doesn't exist. Imagine people trying to tell you that the New World Order doesn't exist. I mean, it's like telling me that there's no such thing as water. No, it's a figment of your imagination. Or that war doesn't exist. There's no such thing as war. I wonder if there's shows out there that push that type of line, that type of thinking. Probably. Anyways, I mean, imagine coming to someone like me and telling me that I'm full of shit, that I'm crazy, or I mean, imagine how incredibly stupid you would have to be. I mean, I feel for these people. I want to help these people. But I mean, you people you're so utterly ignorant. They're rubbing it in your face. They are rubbing your face in it every day, and you can't even see it because you're so weakened. You're so dumbed down, and you are dumbed down. You are made stupid. You're drinking their drinks. You're eating their foods. You're dumb. Who's the ones that have the highest IQ? They always say, oh, it's the Ashkenazis, right? They got the highest IQ. But you can't say that white people have IQs. You can't say that. You can't say anything else. But the Ashkenazis have the highest IQ. Why do you think? They're not eating your food. They're not eating your junk. They're not eating the crap that they produce. They want you dumb so that they can control you. They want you eating their toxic rainbow goop so that your mind never wakes up. You're shutting down your pineal gland. They're preventing you from having critical thought. They'll never teach you critical thought. They'll never, ever teach you that. Ever. There's no way they want you to be able to see what they're doing to you. You're cattle. That's what you are. Fat, useless cattle. And they want you to embrace that lifestyle and think it's empowering. And that's why I say about Tess Harper. Look at this mukbang. Look at this shit. This is what they want you to be. You know, a good friend of mine told me where mukbang came from. It's a rather sad story, but it fits directly into the New World Order. She said that mukbang comes from Japan. Now get this. This is amazing. I mean, it's so sad. It's so tragic. What happens in Japan is that people aren't getting married anymore at all. And Japan has the lowest fertility rates in the world. In fact, for 130 years, Japan has been keeping records of birth rates, and last year was the lowest birth rate ever. They say 40% of men have no intention of marrying a woman or even dating women, and that they would rather be with dolls and bots. Notice me, senpai. You see what they're doing to people? So mukbang came from lonely people in Japan who were so lonely that they didn't have anyone to eat with. So they went on social media and they would eat with other people through their television screens or through their computer monitors. How sad is that? How incredibly sad that is. They're closing hundreds of cultural festivals in Japan because there's no population to sustain it. Oh, you don't believe me? That's not happening. I have to show you because you think I'm full of shit. You think I'm a conspiracy theorist. Japan. Population. The population drop. Shrinking. They're expecting going from 127 million by 2040, 97 million. "70-year-olds account for 20% of Japan's population." Why young people in Japan are no longer having sex? Because they've been programmed by the New World Order into debauchery. Hentai, tentacle porn. You know how evil your porn is? I wonder in North America who controls the porn. I wonder who runs those corporations. I wonder if they might have any connection to Susan Wojcicki. You know, the transgender porn? I wonder if they're going to show that here in the news. Alex Jones, of course, caught with transgender porn. Gay people are not happy about the new Netflix film Gay or Girl. So like sometimes I'm looking for articles that were posted years ago, but what I was showing years back was that they were normalized. Look at this, transgender sex robots in mass demand thanks to the rise in Curious, the sun. Remember, they're sun worshipers. Their god is the sun, Lucifer, right? The light. The sun. Transgender sex robots in mass demand thanks to the rise in curious couples experimenting with his or her parts. What do YouTubers do? How about this? Let's show you something here. Nasty Boy. It's interesting, Nasty Boy. Okay, so you know what the symbolism, the checkerboard, the Freemasonic symbolism? Bobby Burns, BB, the base consciousness. We represent the checkerboard, folks. We're the checkerboard. We're the binary, dumbed down, degenerate, idiotic masses. They climb Jacob's ladder to get to Lucifer, the light. They have the higher knowledge. They keep that shielded from humanity. Of course, the people on Twitter who think that they know Freemasons or they have family members that are Freemasons, you're not initiated into any of this shit. You have to get up. You're not going to know what they're up to. But their symbolism is everywhere. Their one-eye symbolism. There's Bobby Burns, the guy that pretended to cry and care so much about people, the guy that promotes better help, as above, so below. And here he is showing hardcore Satanism, torture, rape, nasty. He's a Satanist. These people that's why I get so angry when I see these people, because I know what they are. You don't know what they are, or you can't see it. These people are evil beyond belief. And these are the people that are pushing the depression agenda. And you think that they're trying to raise or what is it? End the stigma. I mean, you have no idea what these people are and what they're doing. You just not you don't understand who they are, what they are. You're just programmed. You've been programmed into their world.
That's
not even music. It's so awful. So it's a terrible reality to wake up to, I know. But your whole world will change as soon as you wake up to it and you start changing. You pull yourself away from it. And you should get angry, and you should help expose it if you can. If you have the strength and the energy to do it, you should. And you should protect all the people you know from it. You notice the checkerboard? Remember I just mentioned the checkerboard? Well, there it is on her feet. Why would she have it on her feet? Well, where are we? We're on the bottom. Their symbolism is always there. It's always there. You could just take any video and you'll find it.
Because you're hard to read. You're hard. You don't open up with me all the time. Like energy.
Nobody should ever go on YouTube and do the following things. Nobody should eat on YouTube. Nobody should mukbang. Nobody should ever eat junk food. Nobody should ever drink alcohol on YouTube. Nobody should ever do drugs on YouTube. When they wanted to destroy the truth movement back in 2014, they sent in all these fucking shit-stained shills. And what did they do? They created shows in which they all got wasted and stoned all the time so that they could make a mockery of what we were doing. Some of these shit stains are still around. They're just awful people. Soulless people. Horrible people. Never, ever, ever do this type of stuff. Never, ever talk about your depression. Ever. You talk about your depression with your family and your friends, nobody else. And maybe if need be, a shrink or something like that. But I wouldn't even recommend that. But you should never, ever go online and tell people this stuff. And what are you telling? These YouTubers like Colleen Ballinger, Growy Josefa, they always come on, something I have to tell you. And they start crying. They're actors. They're playing roles. Their characters aren't even real. And then you mock, or you not mock, you imitate their behavior. And then you think that somehow I'm going to go online and talk about my depression, and somehow that's going to get me more views and sympathy and clicks and more endorphins from the clicks and the hearts and the thumbs up and the social interaction. But really, you're displaying your weakness for everyone, and you are forever stigmatizing yourself, because forevermore the depression will be on your database. It'll be on your chip. It'll be on their records. So on a bare surface alone, just admitting depression on a social media platform is a horrible move. And it's already affecting some people. Some people already are not getting insurance as a result of that. And what do you think it does to your opportunities for employment? Oh, this person suffers from depression. Well, that's not going to be what? They made a video in 2013 about their depression. That's what they want you to do, because vulnerability is strength, right?
Positive energy that you're always giving out to others. And like, I never thought that you were going through something like that. You never really speak about it to anyone. And I tend to open up about my darkest shit. Plus, you're still in the on video call with licensed therapists and start communicating in under 24 hours. And I would like to clarify that this isn't a crisis line.
So the comment here, seriously, you're making money out of psychological crisis. What the fuck is better help? Help in under 24 hours? What the fuck? I'm disgusted with this shit. You should just start to think that there's something just when you start to think that someone's sincere here, it turns out to be another way to make money. Well, making money, I mean, if that's the worst, if they took it just for money, that's bad enough, right? Because it's like, but if you think about what they're doing, they're telling everybody to go online, and what has been shown in their disclaimer is that they have no responsibility for the information that you provide, and that they have no obligation not to share that with any other governmental organization or even corporation. They make you sign a disclaimer. And then they tell you that, hey, we have no guarantee that any of the people that we're employing or any of the people that you might get therapy from have even credentials to begin with. One of my listeners who might be listening now, Camille, shout out, she's great, speculate that it might even be bots, that it might even be AI like Google Duplex. And if you saw Google Duplex, you know that they can fool human beings. So you can develop a AI system, which wouldn't be difficult to do, in which you have artificial intelligence impersonating counselors online. And then you're getting thousands or millions of people. They say 33 million. They love that number, by the way. 33, 88. Well, we'll get into the numbers in another time. 33 million people have gone online to BetterHelp to talk about whatever their depression that they're suffering from. So 33 million people, if we go by what they tell us, have admitted to their mental illness, which in the future will eliminate them from all kinds of possibilities, including owning a gun and self-defense at a bare minimum. And what goes on the internet, well, it stays on the internet, doesn't it? Right? Once it's on the internet, it's there forever. And so just that alone. So these people are awful. This girl is awful. How would you do that? This is not like you could be promoting. Let's see, what would be a relatively benign thing to promote? Fitness, right? Say you promoted a fitness. Oh, go to this fitness thing. You get 20% off on the coupon. Type in Jeff C, and you'll get the 20% discount at your local fitness center. I mean, that would be shilling, because that's what shilling is. But, it'd be relatively benign because at least you'd be saying, well, you're sending people, at least they're getting exercise. Yeah, it seems like it's not that bad. But these people are telling people to go online and discuss their depression with a faceless voice, which is a high probability that it could be a fucking bot and everything's being recorded. And if you don't know what Google Duplex is, I'm not going to go and play it now. I mean, it was the big rage a few months back when they released it. Everybody was like, wow, that's amazing. Oh, great. So now Google can have long conversations of bots. Google's bot sort of AI can dupe ordinary folks and set up appointments for them and do all these things and correspond with people on the phone. I mean, that's fucking insane to begin with. Because you're fooling human beings into thinking they're actually talking to a regular human being. I would not be the least bit surprised if this is a bot operation. I think Philip DeFranco should be arrested. I honestly do. I think his career on YouTube should be done. But I think that the same of every one of these scumbags. Every single cocksucking one of them, including Pewds, who's been pushing the transgender shit for years, and I exposed him on Supreme Lord Commander in case you want to see it years back. This is what these people do.
That's because today's sponsor is the folks over at BetterHelp. And if you've noticed that I've been doing a lot better over the last couple of months, it's because I got back into therapy.
You are not doing a lot better at all. You've got your toy collection, your Star Wars, your Pokemon, your comic books on your wall, your suspended state of adolescence, and your disgusting fat body. So you're not doing better at all. Like, look, Boogie's not the worst guy in the world. I'm not saying that, but he's mentally ill. And for him to overcome his mental illness means to stop what he's doing, which means stop YouTube, stop gaming, stop toys, stop all that shit, and change your life 180 degrees. But instead, it's, here I'm sponsoring BetterHelp.
And I started right there with BetterHelp. And I recommend if you need therapy, it's a good place to get started. But a few months back, I signed up for BetterHelp. It was very easy to do. I just did it via my phone, and I started talking with a therapist there. And after a couple of months of talking to that therapist almost every day, I realized that I needed much more intensive therapy than they were able to provide. They recommended I get medication. They recommended I talk to my doctor, and they recommended I got into seeing a regular therapist. And now I'm using both a regular therapist who I see once a week and the folks over at BetterHelp. And
wow. And none of them are telling him that he needs to stop what he's doing. Take the money that you got, take a year off, change everything in your life, and come back and do a YouTube channel in which you don't do any gaming, you don't do any of that shit. You do health, and you teach people to eat good foods. Then you would be a good person, Boogie. But until you do that, you're a bad person. You're a bad person by definition because you're sick. And I'd say this to Boogie to his face. I would say it for sure. I'd feel bad because he'd probably cry, but then maybe I would change him forever. Maybe he'd actually do something good with his life instead of being just a disgusting fat body stuck in a suspended state of adolescence pushing fucking New World Order propaganda and mind control. What we are facing is so gargantuan. It's so evil what we're up against, folks. It is. I mean, these poor people, I feel for these people. There's no way that you should ever normalize obesity or depression or loneliness or all these things. The New World Order is constantly putting out things saying it's great to be alone. It's great to live alone. It's not great. It fucking sucks. It's not what you're supposed to do. And sad people like this, telling about my friend who told me that it comes from Japan, and it's like it's lonely people because they're not getting married anymore. They're not having kids. They're not having families, and they're lonely, and they're fucking going on fucking screen because they have no one to eat with. This isn't good, nice behavior. This is sad. These people are. I mean, fucking hell. I just feel, I don't want to ever make fun of people like this. I mean, I almost feel bad making fun of Boogie, but I'm not really making fun of Boogie. I'm offering a very strong, stern criticism. I wouldn't make fun of this girl. I would have sympathy for this girl, but I would tell her, I would say, watch this, read this, see this, and change your life because you're going to be miserable forever. These people are the worst people ever. These super women, these, Lily Singh, right? And just over and over again. The depression agendas. Meet your genes. Give us your DNA. Here's Satanism. Here, dress up and drag. Follow our shills. It's just a wicked world, man. It's wicked what these people are doing. And I finally got to Anonymous here, who's done a great job compiling all of this stuff. Really great. Here, let's talk. And he's showing how they're normalizing this, having people call in. Look at this, 867 million in Canada. People calling in. It could be the same fucking program. It's so disingenuous because they're normalizing, like Bell's Let's campaign rings hollow for employees suffering panic attacks, vomiting, and anxiety. Well, I mean, you're suffering panic attacks, vomiting. There's so many reasons. You're eating poorly. You're not exercising. You're under mind control. You're stuck in a suspended state of adolescence. They make you that way, and then they say, well, let's talk about it. We're destroying your health. We're destroying your mind. We're poisoning your foods, your water, and then we're offering this bullshit solution, which isn't a solution at all. It's just, hey, everybody's got it. Let's all get on board. Let's end the stigma. Let's make it so that everybody talks about their depression. There's no real attempt to solve it. And it's great that he put the rainbow 13 reasons how and why they are normalizing the demise. This is excellent artwork. I don't know, Anonymous, if you did this, really great job. That's wonderful. That's really well done. And then he's showing how suicide is everywhere. And the Suicide Club and all the movies, and then the Logan Paul and the Suicide Forest, and suicide rates up, and Suicide Squad gets 2 new writers. Who do you think's writing it? Which tribe do you think they are? Do you think they have any connection to Susan Wojcicki? Suicide rates increase. Suicide rates are fast on the rise. Suicide rates rising. All these stories everywhere dealing with suicide. This is just one element. And then Anthony Bourdain, who is Ashkenazi, of course, and then the girl that made the bags. The two of them decided to kill each other in the same couple days, and that was all over the media. And then you got Joe Rogan Sheckelstein doing Anthony Bourdain shows and tributes, and the guy's a piece of shit. Fuck him. Do you think these people are dead? Who cares, really? They're probably not. They're probably in Tel Aviv and just doing another role. Probably what it is, right? They're making us this way, and then they're giving us these Band-Aid bullshit solutions. And the CBC plays a huge role. The media is all over it. The fight for the right to die, programming people into eugenicism. And, it just keeps going on. Look at the Suicide Squad in your comic book movies. These people are evil. Jared Leto, he's a fucking Satanist. He's a Satanist. He's an evil person. Hate your Hollywood movies, hate your celebrities, hate them because they hate you. They hate you, and they want you off this planet. Anyways, I have been going for hours. I'm going to shut her down. I think I covered almost everything that I wanted to cover. I won't have time to address the chat. I haven't eaten in hours, and it's been a real long show. I hope you all appreciate it, and if you can, you want to support me, it's very, very important that you can if you've got the wherewithal to do it. My Patreon link's in the description. I don't, show my sponsors. I don't have sponsors. I don't sell cat stickers. I am not a fraud. I'm the real deal. And if you want to keep people like me around, maybe come and give us a little bit of financial support so that we can put the time into doing these types of presentations, because I gave up my entire afternoon to do this. So I really appreciate all the support, all the wonderful people that have supported me for so long. You people are awesome. And if you can't support me like that, just by sharing this information, that's the most important thing. That's why I do this all. I do it all because I care so much about what's going on, and I want to help people. I want to save people from what they're doing. So with that being said, I'm going to close up the show. Give me a thumbs up if you can. Spread the word. Get the message out. Fight the New World Order. Stand up to what they're doing. Inform the kids. If you got kids, keep them away from all the media. Don't let them watch anything alone, ever. And homeschool if you can. Avoid all their products. Don't eat any of their foods. Keep your system clean. Exercise every day. Keep your mind active. Read as much as possible. Just do all the things that they don't want you to do. Do everything that they don't want you to do, and don't do anything that they want you to do. Thanks so much for listening. God bless you all. I'll see you all in the next one.